Okay, so we loaded up. I told it to give me a description of the last run, but done in the style of a 90s television show. I also updated the Bible with a bunch of other stuff. What version are we on now? We're on version 2.4110, the one that has the traumas pack. Stabilization engine that I added to it and some other weird stuff. A lot of stuff, let me put it that way. So, let's see now. Let me just lower the volume on my end a little bit. Last time on Shadowrun. The screen crackles through static. A distorted synth bass line thumps under rain-slick footage of Seattle rooftops, Tacoma rail spurs, cheap neon, and a revolver cylinder clicking shut. Oh, we got a narrator for this? Narrator gravel voice, pure 90s syndication. Last time on Shadowrun. After the blood and static of dead channels, Ultranova 5000 and his crew walked away with the Saint static case delivered, the pay split, and the bodies left behind turning into somebody else's problem. But the shadows do not forget. Lone Star got a whisper, Candle got named, and somewhere in the city's dirty signal noise, an old media ghost kept humming behind dead screens. What's up, Neverconquer? How you doing? Then came Brass Recovery. That was the last episode. Glassrat had clean corporate work on the table, but clean wasn't the crew's shape. Not that week. Ultranova 5K needed work that fit a man with drones. You ready for action? So I retconned your character a little bit. I didn't change his past, but like, so Ultranova and your character are now both paying like a Lone Star cop or like someone in Lone Star as like a contact. So I'm paying half of it. So we're paying like a 2,000 bribe every month to the police, our connection in there, so that we can kind of like know what they're doing and such. But I'll get you in on this run. If we can get more players, we might even do like an actual like made run, you know what I'm saying? Like a published run, not like an AI generated sandbox run. Let me go back to here. Yeah, snitch money basically. Because we gotta use our money for legwork and stuff. I figured that'd be a good way to keep to keep the heat off our ass, right? And to help the candle lie. All right, back to it. Glassrat had clean corporate work on the table, but clean wasn't the crew's shape. Not that week. Ultranova 5K needed work that fit a man with drones, a heavy revolver, and friends willing to get their hands dirty. So Mako made the introduction. Miss Brass put money on the table, and the job was simple enough to be a lie. Recover stolen armored courier van and 6 sealed industrial modules before sunrise. The trail led to Klein Agricultural Repair, Rivet Dog Shop, front near South 56. In the old Burlington rail spur, Ultranova 5K's flying recon drone found the doors, camera guards, and the prize. His crawler drone spoofed cheap camera feeds and carried sedative gas into the garage bay. Kurtcoolbeans worked locks, gas restraint, and medicine. Reel moved like a street steel in human skin. One guard went quiet, 2 more dropped to gas. Deck vossed in it. Deck swung a wrench, cursed the wrong people, and found out what a Ruger Super Warhawk sounds like indoors. Ultranova gave him the choice, surrender or die. Deke refused. He lived anyway, but only because the crew took him down, bound him, and left him breathing. The van rolled, the modules stayed sealed, the prisoners stayed alive. Mrs. Brass paid, but the crew drove the recovered van straight to Pier 41 without a full tracker sweep or counter surveillance check. Fast, professional, dangerous, just not quiet. Mrs. Brass and Mako noticed, so did the city maybe, so might whoever was really behind the stolen modules. Then the credits rolled over 3 weeks of downtime, training, cleaning weapons, repairing drones, paying bills, pretending the world was normal. Ultranova's old day job cover is gone, his calendar is open, his legal alibi is thinner, his family is paid up through June, his pistol hand is sharper, and somewhere out there, Candle is still quiet. For now. Wow, what a stinger for now. Look out. Alright, now we're playing Saturday, June 5th, 2060, early afternoon. Seattle lies under a flat gray sky, the kind that makes every window look like surveillance glass. Your apartment hums with metal lifestyle comfort, trying hard not to look fragile. Cheap coffee, clean enough floors, Trid muted low. Trids are like TV shows. Cosmic spiderweb moves around the place with the practice rhythm of someone who knows the bills are paid but not forgotten. Ultra Baby is safe, loud, and alive in the way only a baby can be. What writing? Only a baby can be. Amazing. Turning the shadows into something you still have to come home from. Your Ruger sits where you left it, cleaned, heavy, loaded. Why did I not reload my gun? Is there a reason for that? Why would I like not have done that? It's been 3 fucking weeks. I didn't reload my gun. After the shot in a deck boss, the flying recon drone is usable. The crawler is clean, but the sedative gas canister is spent. Kurt's med pouch took a hit during the last job. Real and Kurt are alive, paid and trained. Neverconquer's Lone Star side retainer is current for June, so he's paid up. Outside Seattle keeps moving. Fixers talk. Cops collect old ghosts. Gangs rearrange around missing bosses. Somebody always needs a deniable man with drones and guns. All right, so my cash is that. The next block of time is yours. Okay. Oh shit. So here's my. Here we go. We'll put that in there. Hold on. Where is it? This one. So what I think we'll do is like, you know, maybe you and I just like hang out in a coffee shop. Do you want to do that scene? I don't know. Last time on Shadowrun. Damn, look, it's like a montage of all the shit that happened. That's kind of cool. I'm just there like chilling, looking nothing like me with my gun that I didn't reload for 3 weeks. You know, like it's just, yeah, just hanging out, you know. Okay, I'm gonna retcon some shit now. So, okay, in the downtime, everyone got resupplied. Got resupplied and loaded up their guns. Oh, fuck it. They cleaned their guns too. Cleaned their guns and did all the maintenance needed. Same thing with the drones. There we go.
Introducing.
Let's see how that works. Because like we were down for 3 weeks. Because I have like a new training law and whatever, so we can't like we can't just immediately level up our skills, you know what I'm saying? But that means we can take runs and our skills will eventually level up depending on like our deal. I've also noticed with the AI, sometimes it's better that I actually make a plot. It's bad at making plots. It's good at making random runs for the sandbox, but it's bad at like coming up with a good meta plot. The only meta plot I got written right now is the one with Real and the Ghost Cat. But let me know if you got any ideas on that. You know, we can do any kind of stupid shit. We could do like fuck it, I don't know, like maybe the cop contact that we got ratted out and we gotta like do something about it, or he wants us to do a favor, you know. If Kurtcoolbeans shows up, I'm gonna get all 4 of us, because I'll play as Real as well, so we'll have 4 characters. We'll do like an actual like module, like an official Shadowrun adventure. I think that'd be a lot of fun. And then we get to see how like an actual adventure plays as opposed to like the AI making it up. Okay, so everything, we redid everything. One important note: normal ammo, cleaning batteries, basic maintenance order, field restock are handled as done. Special expendables still need explicit tracking when they matter. The big one is Kurt's sedative gas canister from Brass Recovery. We'll just have him buy more fucking gas. Have him buy more gas. Jesus. After that, I'm gonna write the scene. It's gonna be like me and Neverconquer just kind of having a drink. Should we be in a bar or a cafe? Maybe like a sports bar, or is that too lame? Let's see, the music I'm running is Streets of Rage 2 Synthwave. So that shouldn't get tagged. Where the techies hang out? Is that what we do? Where do the techies hang out? That's a good question. Should I just tell it that we're hanging out where the techies are hanging out, like some public drink spot? Are we doing hard drinks? I mean, it's the afternoon. I don't think we'd be, you know, it'd be kind of dumb to get really drunk before doing morning work. The picture says I'm like hanging out in my apartment, but like I can make it quick. Yeah, drinking is after the job is done. Yeah, that's the celebratory drink, you know. We do that one and then we like don't contact each other for like a week, you know, because we can't like be close, you know what I'm saying, right? Damn, it's really doing its fucking research on gas grenade. I guess Neurostun 7, huh? Stun 7 or Neuro says to find relevant information. Okay. I've been making this this game better too on the side. So now it's actually using even more of the fucking lore in the books. So I think there are like legit grenades, like gas grenades in this. Can the clunker make whole campaigns to play? Yes, in a sense. Like what would happen is like I would write down the basic plot. You know, like I would write down like, let's say, or I would feed it like, let's say there's like a corporation that wants to do something and these are like the places it'll be at and here's the henchmen and here's what they try to do. I can do something like that. And what I've been doing too is what I've been thinking about doing is like when we do the random runs, I can literally just write in like certain things to make it more like consistent. Like right now we have the candle, you know, because we burned that one crew, the candle crew last time. We killed 3 guys and then we blamed it on him. No, I don't want to look. Ultranova isn't buying the gas grenades. Kurtcoolbeans bought them during the downtime, is what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't want to buy gas grenades. So just like we were down for 3 weeks, Kirk can definitely resupply his gas grenades. Come on. Ah, Jeebus. But yeah, like because Candle's definitely gonna be more of a plot later. Gave it a clock. Yeah, I have a Bible that I save all this crap to. But I gave it like a clock, right? So it's gonna lay low for a bit, and then whatever Bible is, whether it's a person or I mean not Bible, whatever candle is, if it's a person or an organization or whatever, we'll start trying to figure out who killed its men. It also might change its name. I also wanted to keep them like kind of unique, but at some point I might actually like write in a rival, like a legit rival enemy with their own style and abilities or whatever. Okay, so all right, okay, so Kurt bought that one. I think we're good. We'll just go into the first scene now. Since I am the GM, I can always retcon anything, so it's not the biggest deal. Let's see, so let me tell it. The first scene is Ultranova and Neverconquer hanging out in a drink spot that techies hang out in. They are not drinking alcohol. There we go. Yeah, the Bible zip is what allows me to keep what's it called? It has a lot of runtime engines in it that tell the AI what books to look up and what procedures to follow, as well as saves our game, like our information and our characters and such. So it's very essential to the heart of what of running this is. And I update the Bible constantly with like new crap, like new procedures that it mines from the books to try to get it as authentic as possible, like to make it like the best it can possibly be running through an AI. The ground loop. The place is called the ground loop. It sits below street level in a narrow commercial strip where old telecom conduit still bulges through the ceiling like black plastic veins. No bar shelves, no bottles behind the counter, just soy calf taps, stim tea, electrolyte, slush, canned calf cola, protein noodle cups. Oh god. You have some old RPG books from the 80s and 90s you might want to mess with? How much does the AI cost? It's about 20 bucks a month. And what I did was I found PDF files of it, right? You know, like already scanned, and I just fed it that. And then I also fed it some text files because it can take the PDF, read them, and turn them into text. You found who? What's up, Hold Your Fire? Who did we find? Let's see. A half-legal wall of charging ports that everybody pretends are up to code. So we're in like a sleazy kind of like hacker cafe. So, you know, the clientele is all solder burns, cheap chrome, twitchy eyes, and people who know the difference between a bad capacitor and a bad lie. Off-shift telecom techs, drone repair kids, wannabe deckers, burned out corp maintenance contractors. A woman with purple fiber optic braids is rebuilding a pocket secretary near the window. Two orc riggers are in work jackets argue quietly over servo timing. A skinny kid in a Mitsuhama service shirt keeps glancing at the door like he stole something small enough to fit in his sock. Ultranova and Neverconquer have a corner booth under a dead flat screen that's been converted into a rolling menu board. No alcohol, not even pretending. Ultranova has a black soy calf with too much caffeine and a cup of broth noodles he hasn't touched yet. Hey, Hold Your Fire, do you want to be in this? We need to get like a crew. We might do an official module. Let me know. I'm gonna keep reading. Neverconquer has something green, cold, and probably medicinal. Sweating condensation onto a napkin with an old Lone Star Public Safety logo printed on it. Neverconquer looks like a runner here and more like a guy who knows exactly where the cameras are, exactly which ones work, and exactly which ones are props to make nervous people behave. He nods toward the room without moving his head much. Yeah, good pick. People come here to talk shop, not start fights. Too many witnesses with recording tools, too many people who can tell when the story's been edited. Outside, tires hiss through wet pavement. The gray afternoon presses against the glass. Somewhere above you, Seattle coughs up traffic, static, and money. Neverconquer lowers his voice. That brass job, you got paid because you moved fast. You also got remembered because you moved fast. Different things. He takes a sip from the green drink, grimaces like it insulted him, and sets it down. I'm not saying panic, I'm saying don't get lazy just because nobody kicked the door in during downtime. Retainer's current, I can still hear some of the police side weather before it rains, but that doesn't make anybody invisible. I love how you talk like a noir novel. A decker at the next table laughs too loud at something on his screen. The laugh cuts off when the screen glitches, goes black, then comes back with the normal diagnostic menu. Nobody else reacts except the purple-braided woman who looks up for half a second annoyed, then goes back to her solder work. Neverconquer's eyes flick to it, then back to you. Tech places are good for two things: gear gossip and people trying to sell trouble as opportunity. He leans back. So are we just breathing clean air for once? Or are you here because you want to hear what the city's saying? Neverconquer waits, not pushing. The booth hums with bad lighting and useful silence. I'd say Neverconquer and Ultranova. Shit, what do we do? Wanted to say we watched the news, but I don't think there's a fucking TV here. I don't know what's happening in the news. Ground loop. You know what I'm going to ask? Does the ground loop have a news grid on? Yes. The ground loop has two public trid displays. Ground loop public displays. Main news trid and a dead flat screen menu board. Okay. Right now, Ultranova and NC check out the news. And get a vibe for what's... Should we be social? Should we do some legwork? I don't think there's a reason for it. We could probably just go get work, but I just want to know what's on the news. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. How do we find work? Do they just contact you or we go from there? So we have a fixer, we have Glass Rat. I can contact him, see if he's got a job. If he doesn't, I got another contact, like a bartender named Mako. He gave us the last job that we did as a team. The other thing that we can do is legwork. It is Streets of Rage, you are correct. You got it exactly. Like, we can do legwork, we can start asking about rumors, you know, things like that. So there's ways we can get a job. All right, Ultranova turns his head toward the counter trid. Neverconquer does the same without looking like he's doing it. He watches the reflection in the dark window first, and the screen itself. Old security habit. Never put your full attention where the room can see it go. The anchor is too polished for the neighborhood. Smooth hair, warm eyes, paid empathy. The captions crawl under her smile. Lone Star urges community vigilance after spring spike in industrial theft violence. A clip rolls, rain on chain link, a yellow Lone Star slicker, a blurred warehouse frontage of a stretcher van with its logo digitally smeared. The footage is from a distance, not live. Not enough to see faces. Neverconquer's mouth tightens a little. Generic package, he says. They're bundling multiple cases. Makes the public feel like there's a pattern and keeps them from asking why the pattern exists. The next segment cuts into the local business footage. Tacoma repair front raided after alleged chop shop activity. 3 detained, 2 hospitalized, no formal charges announced. There it is. That was the run we did like 3 weeks ago. Klein agricultural repair. Not named in the headline, but the B-roll shows the outside wall for half a second before the editor cuts to stock footage of busted comm links and stripped vehicle frames. Somebody blurred the signage late and badly. You can still see enough of the old agricultural equipment logo to feel the click in your teeth. Story does not mention Mrs. Brass. Does not mention the sealed modules. Why would it? It does not mention your crew. It calls the recovered vehicle a commercial courier asset and says ownership is under corporate review. Neverconquer reads the captions like a man reading a charge sheet upside down. They don't have a clean public story yet, he murmurs. No suspect sketch, no armed Shadowrun crew, no reward line, no dead victim outrage package. That means either the compliment wants it quiet, or Lone Star has been told to stay shallow. The anchor's voice stays muted. Her smile keeps moving. Then the scroll into the story changes. Unlicensed drone interference reported in multiple industrial theft cases. Security providers warn small business owners to audit camera feeds. A Decker 2 tables over, snorts and says, "Yeah, no Drek, Omi," without looking up from his pocketboard. Neverconquer looks at Ultranova now. That part's not necessarily you, but if I were you, I'd assume somebody noticed bad camera behavior somewhere in the chain. Not enough for a name, enough for a category. The news rolls on dock worker labor dispute, a Renraku consumer drone puff piece, a Lone Star public service clip about reporting suspicious mass loiterers, then a short crime panel with no video, just a still graphic. Relay office massacre investigation continues. Organized acquisition crew possibly linked to underground media case. Oh shit, that's us. That's those 3 dudes we killed. They're still talking about it? It's been 3 weeks. Who gives a fuck? Neverconquer goes still. No names, no candle on the public caption, but the phrasing is close enough to the anonymous push you put in the water after dead channels. Close enough that somebody inside the machine took the bait, softened it, washed it, and fed it back to the public without showing their fingerprints. Neverconquer's green drinks sweats on the napkin. That one, he says softly, means your old lie grew legs. Whether it runs where you want it is another question. Ah, shit. The screen cuts to traffic. Nothing on the public news says Ultranova 5000. Nothing says Kurtcoolbeans or real. But 2-year-old jobs are now part of Seattle's background static, and the city is starting to invent a shape around them. I think what will happen too, because I put a thing where it's like the procedural and stuff like that. If we keep doing the same thing, eventually our enemies are going to adapt to us, and it's going to make it easier for like the cops to find us. So that means we got to be a little bit more creative sometimes. Neverconquer leans back and keeps his voice low. Good news. Nobody's saying your name. He taps the napkin once with 2 fingers. Bad news. The world is starting to describe your habits. Can we do an official one? I want to ask. With real. Okay, because we're going to invite Real on it. That way there's at least a 3-man team. And we'll do like an actual published Shadowrun. I think that'd be kind of fun. And the what's it called? The official module might be long, so if I have to end it midway, I will. And then if the same people in Mercurial, I kind of want to do that one. That one's like the famous one. And if like if people like aren't there for the next stream, I'll just play their characters. I'll try not to get them killed. Mercurial, it fits the crew almost perfectly without needing to force anything. Why it works for this trio. Ultranova 5K has a washed-up musician guitarist angles. The module's music, media, celebrity, street scene pressures plugs directly into his personal identity instead of feeling like a random job. Real brings the media, tech, violence, weird signal, and street runner edge. His Archive 12 haunting can stay as background static without taking over the module. Neverconquer is nearly ideal for the protection security procedure side, reading venues, exits, camera coverage, bodyguard protocol. I think Mercurial is definitely like one of the most famous runs. So we might do that one. That one's pretty cool. I haven't done that one. I've only done one official run. It also gives us a classic Shadowrun tone, Seattle streets, famous corporate product, music culture, bodyguard work, shifting loyalties, danger in public places, and corporate rot without immediately jumping to dragon meta plot bug spirit scale. Yeah. And the other one is DNA DOA if you want a more site-based dungeon like. Now let's do Mercurial. That'd be cool. We're gonna do Mercurial. I'm gonna put lead Ultranova, Real, and Neverconquer into it naturally. Hey, my daughter's in the room. Hey, little buddy. Yeah. Hey, little buddy. Yeah. Okay, bye-bye. All right, we'll do Mercurial, lead Ultranova 5K, Real, and NC. It's okay. So that gives us 3 characters. I'm going to play Ultranova and Real, and then Neverconquer, you're just Neverconquer. So yeah, I think what this is, like from what I know is it involves like a celebrity. I think we have to bodyguard a celebrity. But it's going to be like nightlife kind of stuff. But it's going to be like, it's an official run, so it's going to be like well written. I think it's 1st edition. So this should give us a lot of Shadowrun flavor. Alright, let's see how the AI gets us into this one. The ground loop's main trid shifts from public safety gray to entertainment chrome. The anchor displays a studio wall of animated album covers, blooms behind a smile too white for the neighborhood. Music feed, Mercurial returns to Underworld 93 for limited Seattle date. Private industry guest expected, security will be tight. A clip plays under muted captions, a woman on stage under white hot light. All motion and silver reflection, her limbs throwing back the strobe light, polished knives. The old footage has been cleaned up so many times it almost looks fake, but the voice under the caption still has weight. Pain, anger, sex, hunger, money. The kind of music that makes a room feel guilty for listening. Dang. Ultranova 5K knows the name. Maria Mercurial. Not just radio famous, not just corporate famous, street famous. Club famous, the kind of performer that burned herself into the old Seattle rocker circuit hard enough that even that even burned out guitar players and half broke tech heads still have opinions about her. Damn, I was part of the Mercurial thing. A guy at the counter says, "Frag, she's doing Underworld again?" The purple braided woman with the soldering iron answers without looking up. Means somebody's bleeding money or somebody's about to bleed for real. Neverconquer watches the screen. Underworld 93, he says. Pull-up edge, old converted warehouse, famous crowd control nightmare. Good house security, bad surroundings, worse fans. He pauses as his pocket secretary vibrates against the table. He reads the message once, then again. Then the set of his jaw changes. Funny timing. He slides the pocket secretary across the booth just enough for Ultranova to read the header, not the sender ID. Need discreet bodies tonight. Music side client. Public venue. Private conversation after first set. No amateurs. No open gang colors. No star heat. Can vouch? Neverconquer takes it back before the screen sleeps. That came through one of my security side people. Not Lone Star. Club adjacent. They know I'm not doing badge work anymore, but they know I can tell a professional from a corpse with a gun. The music feed cuts to a shot of fans lining up in the archival footage. Leather, chrome, tusks, fiber optic hair, corp kids pretending to be poor, cutter kids pretending not to notice. Neverconquer looks at Ultranova. Your music scene adjacent. You can talk gear, stage sound, egos, bad managers, all the tragic artist dreck, without sounding like you read it off a briefing ship. I can read exits, watchers, bodyguard angles, bad security, and cops pretending they're not working for somebody else. He taps the table once. But if this is what I think it is, 2 bodies is enough. We want real. He knows media hardware, old broadcast infrastructure, and doesn't blink when trouble gets ugly. As if the city heard his name, the dead menu board over your booth flickers. For half a second, the rolling soy-calf menus become a warped grid and static. Too tall, too white, too wrong. Then it snaps back to Stim tea refill, too new and Neverconquer did not miss it. He only says, yeah, definitely real. 20 minutes later, Real comes through the ground loop's front door in a dark coat, beaded with rain. He sees Ultranova, sees Neverconquer, then glances up at the formerly dead menu board like it owes him money. Tell me this is paid work, he says, because if this is another haunted screen thing, I'm charging extra. Neverconquer gives him the short version. Possible protection job, music client, Underworld 93, tonight, private conversation after the first set. Rio's expression sharpens at Underworld. That place has enough old signal junk in the walls to make a corpse dream in stereo. What a fucking kind of who talks like this? Outside, the afternoon rain thickens. The trid keeps showing Maria Mercurial in silver light. A comeback show, a public venue, a private meet. A name big enough to attract money, hate, fans, and predators. Neverconquer folds his hands around the green trink. He still has not finished. Here's the clean version. We go as civilians, light gear, no long guns, no obvious heavy hardware. We check the venue, listen, Watch Who Watches Her. Corpse Dreams sound like a song title. But of what band? And decide whether the job smells worth taking. Until somebody pays us or threatens, we are not committed. Real Snorts, until somebody shoots, you mean? Neverconquer doesn't smile. That too. So we're gonna go in light. Because we can't go in like, you know. So that means Real can't possibly use his katana. Because it'll draw too much heat, right? Neverconquer looks between Ultranova and Real. We can go tonight, hear the pitch. No promises until we hear terms. The ground loop hums around you. Solder, smoke, soy calf, steam, rain on glass, Maria Mercurial silent on the screen like a flare burning underwater. Does Ultranova want to go to Underworld 93 tonight and hear the job? Let's go! I'm gonna put the party takes light gear that won't get them noticed. So Ultranova's not taking the drones. Oh no, wait. They'll keep the gear in the car. Right? Heavy gear in the car. I'm gonna have Neverconquer get the car. All right, because we can't go in heavy, so we can probably wear like light armor and shit. Hey, what's up, Kurtcoolbeans? Hey, you want to get in on this? We're gonna do an official Shadowrun. This is a published module from first edition. Yeah, okay. We're gonna just have it that you just kind of like, you know, meet up with us. Or fuck it, I'm gonna make it like the fictional be real tells you about it, and you just like show up on a motorcycle or some shit. We'll say you own a motorcycle. Cause fuck it, you know. That way we'll have two vehicles. We'll have a motorcycle and a car. The motorcycle we can't keep our gear in though, so you're gonna have to like keep the gear in the car or the trunk or some shit. It's like pizza delivery, but for mercs. That's one of the reasons I wanted to do Shadowrun, because I have Dungeons and Dragons, and I have like Earth Dawn. Ready to lighten so much up. Yeah, we got a crew now. We got Kurtcoolbeans, we got Neverconquer, and then I'm playing two characters, so that's 4 players. This one's gonna be like Gem and the Holograms. We're gonna like fucking do some. We're gonna like probably deal with an old aging rock star. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll give Kurtcoolbeans a motorcycle. I'll just say he always owned it because it's, you know, like we're new characters, so I can just make shit up. I think that's what the job is. I think we're going to have to do security. We're going there right now. We're going to like this this warehouse club. You're right, it's probably an escort mission. This is like one of the most famous ones though. It's the Mercurial one. Don't look it up, don't spoil it. This is a pre-built module, so it might take a little bit longer to load because the AI has to read the maps and shit. Don't forget masks just in case things get messy. I also bought you some more gas. Maybe if we have time, maybe afterwards we'll go shopping and see what we can buy for the characters. It just depends on how long the run is. This is an official run, so we might not even be able to finish it tonight. We might have to do 2 sessions. And then like I'll try to stream, like I said in the Discord I'd be streaming at 10, so I'll try to like put a signal of when I'm going to stream, so you know it kind of works for everyone's schedule sort of deal. So if we do have to continue it, that's probably what I'll do. But yeah, the reason I don't do like 8 Dungeons and Dragons is because it's harder to explain why characters just show up. You know, like if someone in the stream shows up and wants to be in it, it's kind of rough to be like, and then somehow, you know, while they were traveling in a dungeon, you know, Kurtcoolbeans shows up. He's like, I was already in the dungeon. What's up, guys? You know, it's kind of weird. This one, it's like he just drives a car, you know, and he gets there. Right, Neverconquer nods once. Light kit, heavy kit rides in the car. We're gonna hear a pitch at the public club, not walk in dressed like a tack team. He steps out of the booth, makes 2 calls from the back hall by the restrooms, then comes back with his green drink still unfinished. Ford Americar, boring color, old fleet plates, not stolen, not clean enough to love, clean enough not to glow. I love how he can just randomly find a car by making 2 phone calls. By evening, the car is waiting 2 blocks. Did it cost him any money? I might have to retcon that. By evening, the car is waiting 2 blocks from ground loop in a half-covered parking slot under an elevated transit light, dull green, rain streak, dent on the rear quarter panel, cheap interior deodorizer failing to cover old cigarette plastic, perfect Seattle camouflage. Trunk opens with a tired hydraulic sigh. That is where the ugly gear goes. Ultranova keeps the Ruger concealed because going unarmed in pull-up club territory is how amateurs become chalk outlines. But drones, heavier electronics, obvious tools, extra ammo, anything that screams runner kit stays locked in the trunk unless needed. Rio looks at the trunk, then at his katana. Neverconquer says, not inside on the first approach. Rio exhales through his nose and lays the blade case in the trunk. Fine, but if this turns stupid, I'm blaming you first. Acceptable, Neverconquer says. Okay, so let's see now, what is this stuff? Subsystems, okay. Vehicle arranged, so we got the vehicle, low profile forward. We got a 2-day rental on it. Did Neverconquer have to spend money on this? Neverconquer transport sourcing. Well, he wrote an etiquette. Oh shit, you're like 5 in security? You should take some flashbangs. You think you can get away with maybe like smoke pellets? Like we can just say you have smoke pellets. Neverconquer price negotiation. Charisma 3. Okay. Success 1. Vendor counter 3. 200. Okay, so it costs us 200. That ain't bad. 200 rental fee for 2 days. 500 refundable deposit. Okay. Oh, so he had to put a $500 deposit on it and then 200 a day. Still not bad. We'll get the deposit back as long as the car doesn't blow up or we fuck it up somehow. Don't worry, Neverconquer. The drinks are on me since you got the car. Alright, so this is what we got. So we're wearing our armor. Line coat, low profile. Real's got his armor and he's got his gun, but he can't use the sword because that's obvious. Armored security style rain shell. And so we both got our pistols and we got our guns. So that ain't bad. The 3 of them stand under the elevated line when the Americar idles rough and rain ticks across the hood. Neverconquer checks the trunk once, shuts it and looks toward the South Barn lanes. Underworld 93 is not downtown polite. You can carry a sidearm and still look normal. But if we walk in with drones, swords, and toolkits, people start deciding what kind of problem we are before we know what kind of problem they've got. Rio gets into the back seat. Ultranova has the keys in his hands unless he wants Neverconquer to drive. The pass message comes in a few minutes later. 3 names, no real names. Valid tonight. Side entrance after the first set. No promise yet. Just a door. The rain keeps falling. Okay. All right. I'm now to retcon this. During the drive, Rio calls Kurt. I'm going to say Kurt wants in on the mission and will arrive separately in his kick-ass Akira-like motorcycle to the mission. He will bring his heavy kit, but will conceal the heavy shit in the trunk of the Americar when he gets to the site. That sounds good, right? Because you can't hide that stuff in a motorcycle, but it definitely works here, so. All right, that's 4 players. And we'll go see what they want too, so. And the other thing too, guys, if you ever want to tell me like, you know, your character's history or like, you know, personality or whatever, feel free to do that. Like easily in Discord, because then I can like modify it off stream. Because that could also create more like story hooks, you know. Just don't go too silly. I don't want to turn this into like Harry Potter Shadowrunner. I don't want us to go into an academy. I also don't want like too many waifus. If someone wants to be a furry, they can. It's actually apparently totally doable in Shadowrun. There's like shape changers. Your character's personality turned out pretty good. I think it's because we all our personalities fit what we kind of do. You know, like being security guys or like, you know, mercenary dudes. But yeah, if you ever want to tweak how they talk and shit, you know, just let me know. Oh, you do? Let's see. How do I invite you to the Discord? I used to have a Discord link. Can Neverconquer invite you to the Discord? He's in the Discord. That's the other thing too. If this ever gets too like complex, we'll just do like we'll just do it on voice instead of on Twitch chat. Let's see, hold on. So let me see if I can get the Discord invite up. Let's give me a second. It's been a long time since I've done this. Invite to server. Oh, there is a link? Okay, cool. I was just checking it. Because it gave me a link to invite to server, but I don't know if that's like a private link or whatever. Let me go back to the window capture. Which one was it? This one. Whoop. Yeah, that way you can write your backstory or whatever in there, and then I can import it off stream. Well, and it'll also be like, you know, I'm allowed to veto things as the game master if it's too silly. Real calls from America's back seat. One boot brace against the floor. Rain streaked neon sliding over his face. Yeah, Underworld 93, music side protection thing. Maybe nothing, maybe somebody bleeds in public. You want in? The answer is loud enough that Ultranova 5K hears it from the front seat. Kurtcoolbeans does not need to be asked twice. Neverconquer keeps his eyes on the road. Tell him no parade entrance. Real covers the receiver badly. Neverconquer says don't make it weird. Kurt says something that makes Real grin. He says his bike is subtle. Neverconquer's voice is dry as gravel. Then he is lying. A few minutes later, Kurt's reply comes through. He'll come separate. Meet near the site. Heavy kit pack. He will not bring the loud gear through the door. Katana, extra ammo, tool, heavy burglary kit, gas support gear, and anything too obvious goes into the America or trunk before they approach the club. I'm gonna retcon this right now. Kurt has small smoke pellets that he hides on his body in case shit goes down. There we go. You know, like little ninja pellets or whatever ninjas use. Okay, where are we here? Let's see now. Did that one. The city changes as the crew drives south. Downtown polish dies behind them. The streets get wider, darker, meaner. Why the fuck is she having a concert in like the shittiest part of town? Ninjas did have smoke pellets. Rainwater collects in potholes under sodium light. Old industrial lots squat behind razor wire. Baron's kids watch traffic like every passing car might be dinner, debt, or death. Then blocks ahead, the night starts pulsing. Oh yeah, we're pulsing all right. A holographic marquee throws color across wet pavement. Underworld 93. The line outside is already a living thing. Chrome kids, gutter punks, corp rich slumming in armored fashion, orc girls with fiber optic hair, drunk human boys pretending not to be scared, elf posers, shit, people who are not elves. They also invented landmines. You think their smoke pellets are more like, you know, when you do those fireworks and you get that little smoke snake? You think it was like that? Not as at all as cool as it is in the movies. Fucking elf posers, man. God, that's lame. You wear fake ears pretending to be elves. And a few people who look like they came because blood is cheaper than tickets. Lone Star has a visible presence near the main drag, not heavy tactical. Crowd control heavy. Enough uniforms to keep the rich kids calm, not enough to save anyone if the barons decide otherwise. Neverconquer parks the America 2 blocks off under a busted sign for an appliance warehouse that probably stopped selling appliances before half the crowd was born. A minute later, Kurt arrives. The motorcycle comes in low and predatory. Red fairing cutting through rain-slick darkness. Like an anime war machine somebody made street legal through bribery and duct tape. It looks too pretty for this neighborhood and too fast for most of its road. I'm glad that I gave you this fucking car that's like easily identifiable. They still have the smoke recipes and writings? Oh, nice. Neverconquer looks at it. That, he says, is not subtle. Kurt kills the engine and swings off. It's subtle compared to a tank. Real opens a trunk. Everything is subtle compared to a tank. Kurt transfers the heavy kit fast and professional. No posing, no showing steel to the street. The katana case disappears under a dark tarp. Gas gear and heavier tools settle into the trunk beside Ultranova's drone case and the team's ugly backup hardware. Can it make Neverconquer more of a smartass? Do you want Neverconquer to be how much of a smartass? Give me an example. What is your smartassery like? When the trunk shuts, the crew looks less like what actor do you want him to be, like a smartass or character in a movie? I can try to give it that. Then that way you can kind of know. When the trunk shuts, the crew looks less like a runner team, more like 4 dangerous clubgoers who know where the exits are. So we have 3 tickets to the back. I kind of want to make sure no one steals our shit, so I'm going to have Real guard the car and Kurt's bike. You want? Okay, all right. Oh, can Neverconquer be more like a smartass, like the kid in Last Action Hero? All right, so that's happening too. Neverconquer gives the street one slow scan. Club crowd, Lone Star, side alleys, rooftops, door staff, cars idling too long, people pretending not to watch the side entrance. He points without pointing. Main entrance is theater. Side entrance is business. We have passes for after the first set. Until then, we're scenery. Rio looks toward the club as the bass thumps through the brick and rain. Kurt, if your bike gets stolen, I'm not chasing it. Kurt pats his jacket. That's why I parked it where the thieves can admire it from a respectful distance. Neverconquer starts walking. Try not to make friends before we know who's paying. The 4 of you move towards Underwater. So I'm going to retcon that. I'm going to have Real stay by the car. I don't want us to lose our fucking gear. Let's see, what is this? So this is with downtime. We call Kurt's status alive. Oh yeah. Kurt's vehicle, a Cura-like red racing motorcycle. It's a Yamaha Rapier style racing bike. It has stats. It has stats. Holy shit. Look, it's got a load of 40. It's got cargo of 1. It's got a speed of 195. To chain the bike to the van. Kurt light on body. Okay, so you're using your armored biker club jacket. That makes sense. So it's like club wear, but it's like armored, so it's padded. You got a knife, you got your gun, you got your pocket secretary gloves, small personal medical items. The big shit's in the thing, like the Yoshida steel, street steel katana, your lockpick stuff, your trap noisemaker, the gas, and the bulky suspicious tools. So that's all in the trunk. So here's the retcon that I made where you have like smoke pellets. Kurt has small smoke pellets hidden on his body as part of his sneaky trap noisemaker style, not fully military smoke grenades. Hidden on body in small pockets, biker jacket seams, utility belt spots. Not obvious unless frisked closely or scanned, so hopefully they don't frisk us. Purpose, emergency concealment, break line of sight, cover, retreat. create confusion in a doorway, distract cameras or human watchers. Important limits: they are not full smoke grenades, they do not fill a whole street or large club floor, they do not cause damage, they are weaker outdoors in wind or under strong ventilation. They may trigger smoke fire alarms if used indoors. They leave chemical residue, evidence. Security may treat them as suspicious. If dropped at Kirk's feet, usually simple action, so it's a simple action, so you almost always are able to drop them without, like, you know, not being able to draw your weapon. If tossed to a specific spot, throwing weapons or default test. Okay, so you'll have to do that. We haven't been contracted by the actual Rockstars yet. We don't even know what the gig is. We were just told them go through the side door. But there's also cops, you know, because it's a concert, so we didn't want to look too fucked up, you know, walking the streets. Okay, so does it tell me how many smoke things you have? You have 4. So you have up to four of them, and you have your gigantic ass revolver. No, we haven't talked to him yet. Neverconquer got a phone call while him and I were hanging out in like a shitty coffee shop. And so they just said to come meet him. So we went over there to meet him. Any masks? You apparently have masks. You have gas support gear / mask. Oh wait, that's in the trunk. I think the mask might be too, that might be, what's it called? That might give us too much heat though. We gotta look inconspicuous. Simple disguises. How about sunglasses? The team wears sunglasses and other things to hide their identity, but not full-on masks. All members are gloved. Real will stay behind and guard the bike and the car since we only have 3 passes. Okay. The rest of the party will go in the side door or whatever door we were supposed to go into. Let's do that. All right, at the curve outside Underworld 93, Neverconquer watches Kurt hide the smoke pellets and glances at the neon crowd. Great, we got concealed pistols, pocket smoke, a haunted screen guy, a guitar player with drones in the trunk, and a motorcycle that screams, "Please describe me to the police." This is either a professional security consult or an opening scene of a documentary where everyone says we seem quiet. Is this after I made Neverconquer like yeah, this is after I made Neverconquer a smartass. Should we deploy the drone early? No, because the drone can also get heat if there's like cops and shit, though they won't hear it, right? Because there's plenty of people and there's a lot of loud bass. But we're basically going there to see what the job is, because we don't know what the fuck the job is yet. I have no idea. I know it has something to do with this rock star named Mercurial. All right, so going forward, Neverconquer gets more smart-ass, genre-aware, sharp-mouthed energy, like the kid from Last Action Hero, but still grounded in Shadowrun. You think it feels sketchy? Well, we got our guns, so if it gets bad, and this is my core rule, if anything gets bad and one of us is going to die or something, we're just going to abort the mission, and we're going to try to save whoever falls. Example vibe. Yeah, sure, let's walk into this famous death club through the side door after a mystery text. Historically, that's where people hand you cake. Okay, so yeah, this is how we made Neverconquer more of a smartass. That's good. I wonder how this is gonna go, because like this should be fairly interesting now, because it's not going to be like a random run. This is curated. So, all right, Real stays with the vehicles. He does not argue. He looks at the Americar, the motorcycle, the alley mouth, the club line, the Lone Star Patrol posture, and the drunk kid already eyeing Kurt's bike like it might contain a miracle. Fine, Real says. I'll babysit the car and the sword collection. and the world's least subtle motorcycle. Neverconquer adjusts his sunglasses even though it's night and raining. Good, if anybody asks, you're emotionally attached to depreciating assets. Ultranova, Neverconquer, and Kirk go light. Sunglasses, gloves, collars up, no full mask, nothing that screams robbery crew, but enough to make cheap cameras hate them. Pistols stay concealed. Heavy kit stays in the America trunk. Drones, katana, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Anything that turns club goer into probable defendant. I gotcha. Kurt checks the inside seam of his jacket where the smoke pellets sit. Neverconquer notices. Pocket smoke, sunglasses at night, sidearms, and a mystery pass at a death club. All we need now is somebody saying, this should be easy so the universe knows where to aim. The approach to Underworld 93 feels like walking into a live wire. The old warehouse rises 5 stories high, gutted and reborn as noise. Chrome glow letters burn down the brick in meter-high color. Mercurial. The main line is a monster. Coiled along the wet sidewalks, street punks, corp kids, synth-litter dolls, orc bruisers, elf posers, and rich idiots pretending they don't have extraction insurance. A troll in a tuxedo works the main door like a judgment avalanche. Most people get one look from him and a thumb toward oblivion. To the left, a smaller pass line moves faster, not friendly, just expensive. Private security patrols the frontage. Lone Star keeps visible distance near the street, professional enough to suggest there are important people inside, and cynical enough to suggest nobody poor will be protected first. Real peels off into a vehicle overwatch, casual but alert, parking himself where he can see the Americar, the bike, and the alley mouth without looking like he's guarding anything. More interesting than his own bad attitude. Alright, let's look at this map here. So we parked the car down here, Real's down here, the bike's over here, I guess. There's the staff side exit, there's the alley mouth. There's a big crowd and a huge line on the other sides, but we're going down this side in the back. Unknown backstage layout. Yeah, we don't know what the inside looks like yet. We haven't gone in. At the pass line, the guard is human. Shaved head, armored vest under a cheap club jacket. He has the tired eyes of someone who has seen too many fake passes and too many real people worse than fake ones. He checks the list. 3? Neverconquer points loosely. 3. The guard looks past them toward Real. He coming? Neverconquer says he's in a committed relationship with a motorcycle. The guard does not laugh, but he does move on. The passes match the names they were given. The door check is practical, not surgical. They're looking for rifles, blades too big to ignore, obvious explosive, gang colors, and idiots. Concealed pistols are not loaded, but in this neighborhood they are not shocking. The heavy stuff is not on your bodies. The sunglasses and gloves read as club affectation. Biker paranoia, chrome culture, or low-grade runner caution, depending on who's looking. Yeah, we could have had Kurtcoolbeans just keep his fucking bike helmet on, if he had one. Though as weird as that would be, though. Kurt's smoke pellets stay hidden. The guard waves them through with a flat look. So okay, we didn't get patted down. Backstage meet after first set. Ask for Max. Don't start anything in the crowd. Neverconquer gives him a tiny salute. Great. We'll save all our terrible decisions for management. The ramp down into Underworld 93 hits like a physical thing. Bass comes up through the concrete in your teeth. Light blasts across smoke, sweat, chrome skin, tusks, mirror shades, and moving bodies. The club is a cavern of old industrial bones. Rusted beams, hanging light grids, trid walls, speaker stacks, old warehouse scars dressed up as atmosphere. The dance floor churns below like a living machine. Then the lights die. For one breath, the whole warehouse becomes black. The crowd screams. A single note rises out in the dark until it almost hurts. White light knifes down onto the stage. Maria Mercurial stands in it, silver limbs throwing the spotlight back like molten metal. Human torso, chrome arms, chrome legs, gold hair, and the glare like a solar flare around a hard, beautiful face. Then she moves, and the whole club detonates. Ultranova feels it in the old musician part of himself first. The timing, the control, the synth-link discipline, the ugly emotional truth under the polished violence. This is not just a celebrity act. This is somebody making a weapon out of a stage. Neverconquer leans close enough to be heard. Okay, he says, voice almost eaten by the bass. I'll admit it. Beats waiting in a warehouse for a guy named Deke to make poor life choices. Oh yeah, wait, I'll admit it. Beats waiting in a warehouse for a guy named Deke to make poor life choices. That was our last run where we killed that fucking orc. Well, he didn't kill him, but you know what I mean. Kurt scans exit under the cover of watching the show. Outside, Real watches rain behind the Americar windshield and keeps one eye on the line and one eye on the bike, and one eye metaphorically on every powered screen nearby. I imagine her with a mohawk that ends in sort of a ponytail. So she's got like a gold mohawk. Like rat tail look that one chick that sings, oh fuck. God, I forgot what that song is. She's also in that Rush music video. Party split. Yeah, we did the party split. What are these subsystems? Gear concealment. Up in the club. Hold on, let me check something here. We're gonna put on some fucking Battletoad music once this ad is over. There you go. Okay, so we got all that. The first set is underway. Conversations are going possible on the main floor. The meet is after the set, backstage with Max. For now, Ultranova has 3 obvious plays. Enjoy the set and blend, scan the room, security, or look for club staff who know the scene. I'm gonna... You hope she's from Germany? Well, I guess we'll find out. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna enjoy the show. If you guys want to do other things, just let me know. I'll put that in. You should stick close. Okay. And Neverconquer is going to blend in with some dancers. Okay. All right, there's the scene. Okay, now it's reading the Mercurial module. Neverconquer must have like silver and red makeup on. Oh, that's another way we could have disguised ourselves, right? We could have really looked like we were clubbing. A cape that attaches to his wrist. Dang! You seem to know the look, Kurt. Oh shit, here we go. Alright, Ultranova lets the show take him. Not as a fanboy, not exactly. More like an old wound deciding whether it wants to ache. Maria Mercurial owns the stage like she stole it from God and wired it through a synth link. Chrome limbs cut light into pieces. The trid wall behind her spits riots, lovers, burning flags, corporate logos melting into hunger and sad. What is she, rage against the machine? The music is violent but not sloppy. Every movement pulls sound, every sound answers her body. It is a performance, machine discipline and raw human spite, braided together tight enough to draw blood. For a while, Ultranova 5K is not thinking about vans, drones, dead channels, or gas residue. He is thinking, yeah, that's how you make the room shut up. Kurt leans close enough to be heard between bass impacts. Kind of punky. It's kind of cyberpunky. We should stick close. He does not say it's scared. He says it practical. Crowd this thick, sound this loud, and everyone wearing enough chrome, leather, and attitude to hide a pistol or a bad decision. Losing each other in here would be easy. Neverconquer hears him, glances over the crowd, then looks at the dance floor. Stick close, sure, but not huddle close. Wait, not huddle close. Huddle close says, we are the three guys waiting for someone to shoot us. I'm gonna be ambience. He slides away into the dancers, not far, maybe 6 or 7 meters off Ultranova's left. Always inside visual range, sunglasses on, gloves on, shoulders loose. He does not dance well exactly, but he moves like a guy who has survived enough clubs, cell blocks, and bad barrack parties to understand that rhythm is just camouflage with the beat. A chrome-haired orc woman laughs at something he says. Neverconquer gives her a look of mock offense and gestures towards the stage. Lady, I'm absolutely here for the music. The paranoia is just a service I provide. Kurt stays close to Ultranova, offset to the right, eyes moving without looking like they are moving. Entrances, security balconies, the stage rail, the backstage door, the crush around the bar. The beast sculpture pulsing with laser and mist like a bad idea somebody gave a budget. The first set burns through the club. When Maria finishes, the silence afterwards lasts a heartbeat before Underworld 93 goes insane. Applause, stomping, screaming, whistles, fists in the air. The warehouse feels like it might come apart bolt by bolt. Yeah, I guess they liked her act. Then Sydney Murdoch comes back out, sweaty, grinning, huge belly under that grimy Underworld 93 shirt, and reminds the crowd that Maria plays a second set at 2. 2 in the fucking morning? The room starts to loosen, not empty. Never empty, but the pressure changes. Who the fuck is Sydney Murdoch? He's the club owner? We don't know. He's a named character. The room starts to loosen, not empty, never empty, but the pressure changes. People flood toward the bar, restrooms, balconies, stairs, and each other. Younger bands start setting up in the reflected afterglow, trying to steal scraps of fame from the crater Maria left behind. Neverconquer drifts back to Ultranova and Kurt. Good news, he says. Nobody shot at us during the song. Bad news? That means we paid full cover for tension. Kurt nods towards the backstage access. Max? Neverconquer checks the room one more time. Yeah, let's go meet the manager. Historically, people named Max in back rooms are always emotionally stable and honest. What? The three of you move through the crowd toward the backstage door. A doorman sits by a desk near the access point, bored in the theatrical way of a man who is paid to look bored until he is paid to hurt someone. He checks the passes, checks your faces, checks your hands, gloves, sunglasses, club gear, sidearms concealed, yeah, no rifles, blah blah. No meat, no problem. Ultranova gives the name, Max. The doorman points with 2 fingers. Down the hall, don't wander. Backstage is a different kind of noise, thinner walls, thicker cables, hot electronics, sweat, dust, synth oil, cheap perfume, ozone from overworked lighting rigs. Roadies move fast with the dead-eyed competence of battlefield medics, except their patients are speakers and egos. You pass coiled cable, cracked flight cases, old posters, and a wall where somebody wrote, "No gods, no requests," in silver marker. At the end of the hall, the door opens before you knock. The man behind it is short, round, balding, and dressed like he has lost a fight with fashion, and then billed it as publicity. Big rings, expensive shoes, a shirt that probably cost more than Kurt's first apartment, and still somehow looks greasy. His smile arrives a fraction before his courage. Come on in, he says, waving too fast. Glad to meet you, Max Foley. Dang. So he's just like a sleazy producer? Neverconquer leans slightly toward Ultranova and murmurs, called it, backroom Max, look at him. He sweats in invoice format. Max either does not hear it or chooses survival. Inside the office, the bass from the club is muffled, heartbeat through the walls. Max shuts the door. Okay, first set crowd posture. Max says, so here's our roles. Apparently I like the music. I did a success. We all succeeded in our roles of blending with dancers and staying close while not looking obvious. Current scene, we're backstage, outside Overwatch. Real's still outside dicking around, but he's an NPC, so we don't care. So now we're in the social negotiation job pitching. Max spreads his hands like he is about to sell you either a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity or a used car with blood in the trunk. Okay, he says, before we talk numbers, you gotta understand, this is about Maria. Right, so I'm just gonna listen. Ultranova is... Who wants to do the talking? Should I do the talking? Like, who's the face of the party? It makes sense for Neverconquer to do the talking. He's the one that was contacted directly, right? So I'm assuming... Yeah, oh, I do the talking? Okay, I can do the talking. Should I ask the AI who the best person to do the talking is based on stats? I could do that too. And then the other two guys just kind of like listen. You think Neverconquer would work? Yeah, I think so too. I think Neverconquer is probably the best choice. I'm going to assume Neverconquer will do talking and negotiating while Ultranova and Kurt listen. Yeah, what could happen? That's true. I mean, at worst, he just rolls a bad negotiation, right? It's like, there's no way Neverconquer could be so bad at negotiating that, like, you know, the guy kills us. That would be impossible. Think we've been set up? I don't think so, because it's an official module. So it's an official adventure, so we're doing like a side adventure. We're not doing the sandbox. But what's gonna happen is when we're done with this, the shit that happens here will be in the sandbox. So this will create more contacts, more you would have to squat and fart on him or something. Right, yeah, you would have to like completely offend him. And at that point, I feel like you'd have to actually tell your character to do that. And then there's like no way we're getting the job. Damn, Max has a negotiation skill of 7? None of us could handle this fucking negotiation skill of 7, bro. I think our negotiation skills are default at 3. I like how sometimes it spoils us, so we'll probably get paid 5k. That should be okay. That's not bad. Each. Max Foley starts the room like a man selling a miracle with a warranty he knows is fake. He offers drinks, smokes some green cigar thing, and that's called weed, bro, and a bowl of glossy stim candy from the side table. Neverconquer does not sit yet. No booze, no smoke, no candy, no surprise refreshments from a dressing room bowl. I saw that episode already. Max blinks. Episode? Life. Bad writing, but the reruns are educational. Ultranova and Kurt stay quiet, listening, watching. Max talks fast, too fast. He paints a story in broad, greasy strokes. Maria used to be represented by Armando Hernandez. Maria broke with him. Hernandez has connections, bad ones, maybe Yakuza adjacent, according to Max. Legally, Maria's contract still has 5 days left before Max can fully bring business pressure and the guild machine down on Hernandez. Until then, Max says Hernandez might try muscle, intimidation, or worse. So, Max says, spreading both ring hands, I need professionals for 5 days. Close protection. Keep Maria breathing, singing, moving. 5 grand each. 1 grand a day. That's not street corner money, am I right? Neverconquer finally sits. Max, I have met street corners with more honest signage than that sentence. Max smile twitches. Neverconquer points lazily at the door with one gloved finger. You called for discreet bodies. You got 3 through your door and a 4th outside guarding the ugly assets because you had 3 passes. Not because we're running a charity shuttle. This goes live, he counts. Max starts to protest. Neverconquer keeps going. You're asking for 5 days of public event exposure around a celebrity target with an angry ex-manager, alleged syndicate smell, and enough press coverage that if someone takes a shot, we don't just dodge bullets, we dodge cameras, Lone Star, civil suits, and every fan with a recording rig in their earnings. Oh, in their earrings. Shit, they have recording shit in their earrings? Kurt stays silent, but the look behind his sunglasses says he likes the math. Ultranova catches the rhythm of it. Neverconquer is not trying to sound like a fixer. He's trying to sound like a man who has seen paperwork become a body bag. Max rubs his jaw. Come on, chummer, don't break my heart here. I'm just a businessman protecting an investment. You think rockers are made of new yen? The lights, the venue, the promotion, the lawyers. Neverconquer leans in. Max, if your heart was breakable, it would have avoided the warranty in 52. Dang. Max points at him with the cigar. You're funny. I'm expensive. No, you're funny. Then hire me twice. Max laughs, but it comes out straight. Neverconquer pushes for more. Higher day rate, expense coverage, medical costs if it goes sideways, and a clear inclusion of real as part of the protective detail. Hope we still get paid. I hope so too. Max fights like a little bulldog in jewelry. He squeals, he winces, he acts like every extra union is being pulled out through his teeth with rusty pliers, but he does not fold on the rate. He does, however, concede the obvious 4 runners means 4 paid runners, even if one is outside on the vehicle watch right now. Final offer on the table, 5K per team for 5 days. That's 20K total. No bonus lock, no expense stipend lock, no medical rider lock. Max promises reasonable support, which in fixer language means argue later. Neverconquer sits back. Congratulations, Max. You have successfully paid the minimum amount necessary to not look suicidal. Max exhales cigar smoke. I knew I'd like you people. No, you didn't, Neverconquer says. You just needed us. To be fair, none of us could have negotiated that. I don't think any of us have a charisma or a negotiation skill higher because he had a fucking 7. Yeah, and here's the rolls that got us that. But at least we're getting paid 5K, so we got 5 days to protect him, so I wonder what happens. Behind the wall, the music stops. The roar of the crowd rolls backstage like thunder through concrete. Max glances towards the door, then back to the 3 of you. That'll be Maria. Listen, she's intense, okay? Don't take it personal. Neverconquer mutters, fantastic, the client has a warning level. Could it have been lower? It may well have been, because like, let's look at this. Max got 3 net successes. Because it doesn't look like so you rolled. They defaulted your charisma to 3, even though I told him that you should have a fucking like full card, but for whatever reason it doesn't fucking think that. You did have a success. You rolled a 17, so you beat him once, but it wasn't enough to beat the counter negotiation. We need security clearance to carry stronger weapons and stuff. All right, yeah, I'll tell him that. Let's see if we can get that going. So the dressing room doors open. Maria Mercurial steps in, still burning from the stage. Silver limbs, gold hair, damp from sweat. Eyes bright and hard enough to cut glass. Up close, the chrome is not just beautiful, it is brutal. Every line says someone paid a lot of money to turn a human being into an icon. She looks at Max first, then at Ultranova, Kurt, and Neverconquer. Are these them? Max opens his mouth. Neverconquer says, depends who them is. If them means the people here to hear a straight answer before agreeing to get shot at, then yeah, probably. Maria's stare locks on him. For a second, the room goes very still. Then one corner of her mouth moves, not quite a smile. Max looks like he might faint from relief. Oh, so Maria likes Neverconquer. That's good. They like us. Maria folds her chrome arms. Well, so let's see now. Kurt asks for security clearance and yeah, no, just say for security clearance to use the heavy stuff. Should we introduce ourselves? I think we should do that, right? The party introduces themselves. The party introduces themselves to Maria, and Kurt asks for security clearance to use the heavy stuff. Yeah, we should ask Maria to negotiate for us for more security perks and support. Okay. Kurt also asks, oh wait, Kurt tells Maria that how should we word it? Should you do you want to tell her that the manager stiffed us and maybe we should get a better deal? I'm gonna put Kurt tells Maria also access to venue security features like cameras and stuff. Okay. I'm gonna put Kurt tells Maria that Max is offering too low for the fee and wants to know if she will bump it up. No, you want to keep the deal? Okay. All right. Okay, so venue security features like cameras, etc. Okay. Just increase liberties and access? Right. I mean, like, as long as we get the heavy stuff. Yeah, I'm really bad at spelling, guys. Luckily, though, the AI knows. Stuff she would have interest in, increased ability to keep her safe. Too many years of spell checkers, that's true. Well, I also type too fast too. Alright, so let's see now. Ultranova gives Maria the short version. No worship and no fanboy Drek. Ultranova 5000. Ultra's fine. Music, wheels, electronics, drones when the room isn't full of people who scream at rotors. Kirk keeps it spare. Kurtcoolbeans. Doors, locks, close cover, quiet exits. Neverconquer tips 2 fingers off his sunglasses. Neverconquer. I keep people alive, read security mistakes, and say the thing everyone else was hoping nobody noticed. Maria's chrome arms. Oh wait, I'm gonna make an image of this.
Get the gear that works as hard as you do. The Blue Business Plus credit.
Hold on, the Blue Business Plus card. Dang. Okay. Oh shit, I should have said, can you make it? Hold on. I mean, make it in the image of the module we are. I mean, let me stop it. Oh shit. Okay. Let me type it again. Make an image of this in the style of the module. There we go. That should be better. Music back. Hope you guys didn't read the spoilers there. Okay, so we did that. Neverconquer did his thing. Maria's chrome arms fold over the padded kimono. She's got a kimono? The stage fire is cooling out of her now, leaving something quieter and colder behind her eyes. You speak like men who expect lies, she says. Neverconquer shrugs. We're in the back room with a manager, a famous singer, and a threat nobody wants police handling. If there were honest people here, they'd be lost. Max points at him. See? Funny. No, Maria says, still watching the team. Careful. Oh, really? That shuts Max up for half a second. Kurt steps in before the room drifts into celebrity gravity. If we're protecting you, we need clearance. Heavy kits. Heavy kit stays outside unless things go bad. If things do go bad, we need club security not blocking us from retrieving it. We need staff routes, camera access, and whatever venue security features you've got. I don't want to improvise blind in a club packed wall to wall. Maria looks to Max. Max looks like he wants to say yes, no, maybe? And how much does that cost all at once? Neverconquer translated into business before Max can wiggle. He's saying we are not here to win a gunfight in your fan base. We need sight lines, exits, and permissions to move before the screaming starts. Otherwise, you hired 4 idiots with pistols in a dream. Max exhales hard. Okay, I can get Sydney. Punches a number in the desk phone. A short, ugly conversation follows. Max's name drops Maria twice, money once, and liability 3 times. A few minutes later, Sydney Murdoch comes in. Middle-aged, big gut, Underworld 93 shirt. Sweat on his brow, eyes sharper than his body wants you to believe. This is not a club clown. This is a man who has survived decades of rockers, corp kids, barren predators, Lone Star paperwork, overdoses, riots, and managers. He looks at the 3 of you. Max says you're in Maria's, Max says you're Maria's new trouble insurance. Neverconquer smiles thinly. We prefer regrettable necessity. Looks better on the invoice. Sydney ignores him and listens to Kurt's request. Then he lays down house law. No rifles on the floor, no blades out unless the room has already gone to hell. No gas in the crowd unless you want half my customers trampling the other half. No drones over the audience. If you pull heavy hardware in my club before there's a clear threat, my security drops you or Lone Star does. But if somebody comes from Maria, my people do not block you getting her out. Maria's voice is quiet. They get what they need, Sydney. Sydney looks at her, and the hard club owner mask cracks for a second as something like loyalty, then it's gone. Fine. One of you can use my office camera wall, not the system, the wall. You can look, you can call what you see. You do not touch my recordings, you do not erase direct, you do not start punching buttons because you saw it in the TRID. My camera cover most public areas, main entrances, balconies, backstage approach, and some exterior angles. Blind spots exist because this building is old and hates me. So we get to look at his cameras, but we can't like get in the system. Basically, he won't allow us to touch the system in case we hack it. Kurt nods. Staff routes. Sydney points to the hall. Backstage door, service corridor, bar storeroom, stage wings, office hall, emergency exit. Behind the stage dumps into the alley. Security knows your faces now as Maria's detail. I'll pass the word. You ask for Max, Sydney, Newt, or Tellen. They don't play cute unless they're too busy bleeding. Neverconquer says, that is the most comforting sentence I've heard tonight, which is depressing. Max spreads his hands. So we're good? Maria looks at Ultranova 5K, not Max. Are we? Alright, let's see what this shit says here. Subsystem. So we introduced ourselves. Kurt rolled 3 successes for because he's got like a 4 in security system. Neverconquer's got fucking security etiquette. So you guys won that shit. Drone guy should keep watch. I keep watching the outside, but he didn't want the drones inside. But we don't have open heavy weapons on the club floor before an obvious threat. No free use of smoke or gas in the crowd, and no drones over the audience. No permission to delete. What the fuck? No permission to delete or alter camera angles. Oh yeah. Okay, so like Ultranova will be on camera. I assume we have subvocal, which is like it's basically like radio that's in our like vocal cords, I think, and it accesses into our ears, like Metal Gear Solid. So we can probably always talk to each other. Yeah, we have the implant comms. Outside Overwatch, Real guarding armored cars. So Real will stay by the car and the motorcycle just because he's, in case shit goes bad, in case shit goes bad and she's on stage, we rush the stage. I feel like Neverconquer and Kurtcoolbeans should stay close to the stage and close to Mercurial, but not on the stage. You know, like not interrupting the show. Unless one of you guys want to stay in like the front mosh pit area. Like, you know, with the security line that's there, but I think that security line is definitely okay. I think backstage close to the stage might be the better spot. Alright, sending points towards the office hall. One of you wants eyes on camera, they go now. If all three of you stay with Maria, my guy watches the wall and maybe remembers to yell before something terrible happens. Neverconquer glances at Ultranova. Classic fork, stay tight and be blind, or split one off and hope nobody picks the exact moment to prove teamwork is fake. As we switch night vision, we do have like, do our cyber eyes have night vision? Let me ask. Do our... Just gonna do that. Oh, check it out. Look at that. They made him fucking Danny DeVito. They made Danny DeVito the fucking. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay. I'll take it. That's fine. Hold on. All right, let me make it bigger. Look at that. Look at that shit. I like how we always look different in every picture, man. Like I'm assuming like, so Neverconquer's a dude talking, and then the other guys is like Kurt, and then I'm assuming I'm the long hair guy, right? This is fucking Danny DeVito. Oh man, that's a good one. That's a good one. I like it. Yeah, you should look older, right? The thing is, I haven't like given you guys like appearance packages yet or anything like that too, so we can always change that later. But the AI is also not the best at like what's it called, keeping that shit like consistent. It's really bad with images. Just put it right here. There we go. All right, back to the music. Okay, so as for our cyber eyes, do we have night vision? Yes, but only in Shadowrun 3 low light sense, not magic full dark vision. Kurtcoolbeans cyber eyes, low light flare compensation image display link. No thermographic vision, no vision magnification listed. Same thing with Neverconquer, same kind of thing. Meaning both Kurt and Neverconquer can see much better in dim light, alleys, low club lighting, moonlight, emergency lighting, and shadowy interiors, which is still probably like, you know, if I cut the lights, that's probably what will happen. They are not blind in Underworld 93's dark club atmosphere as long as there is some ambient light. They do not have true thermal heat vision unless we later buy audit thermographic cyber eyes. Maria is basically Blondie with augments. Right? Like, why? Here, look at her again. Yeah, pretty much. It gets the vibe though. Like, I mean, like, let's put it like it. Let's put it like right over here. It's still blocking the text a little bit. Let's get a little bit smaller. Look at that fried 80s hair. Just like how like Kurt looks like he's fucking Kaze Miller from Metal Gear Solid, and then my guy just looks like a biker now, and then Neverconquer just looks like the face. But whatever. Kurt and Neverconquer cyber eyes are very useful. Low light helps with dark clubs, backstage corridors. Okay, so we're good on that. Neverconquer also has vision magnification, so he is better at reading details across the club, spotting hands. So Neverconquer has vision magnification, but not thermographic vision. Interesting. His cyber eyes are better than yours, Kurt. I think my, wait, what about my cyber eyes? Let me ask here. I wonder how much that would cost to upgrade your eyes too. Because there's the cost, and then there's the surgery, and then there's the recovery of the surgery too. And then when you're recovering from the surgery, you're basically out. Like I can do a thing where when we're training skills and whatnot, you know, that we can take a break and do a run for a couple of days. But like surgery, I don't think I can do much about that. Like you have to kind of go through at least majority of the full recovery. I don't think they're hot swaps. I think it's like hardcore, like, you know, they rip your eyes out. Or maybe because you already had the surgery, maybe they could do that. I don't really know. I know there's definitely downtime for having the surgery though. You just need upgrades. You're probably right. It's probably depends on what the rules say on it. But maybe I can retcon the rules too. It's like, I think the thing is like all of us have smart link, right? Like we all have cyber eyes, and we have the thing on our guns that we can see through our guns, which ups our aim by 2.
Like us, you might be.
I still can't believe the fucking AI made the manager Danny DeVito. I'm still blown away by that. The AI is all like, oh, I don't like to do copyrighted shit. And it's like, no, you literally just made... you literally just casted an actor in the thing. That's an excellent... It wasn't it now? Yeah, you're fucking right, he does. Oh, I have low light, flare compensation, image display, smart link, thermographic, not listed. I don't have that. So my cyber eyes are okay, and real cyber eyes are fine. I was seeing less Grossman, right? Okay, so the only one of us, we all have like the basic cyber eye kit. But Neverconquer has the magnification one. Okay, so I'm gonna put the team takes the job. We'll stay on camera duty. I'm gonna tell it the team has sub vocals so they can all be in contact, including real. Let's see. Let's see. So if I'm watching the cameras, I'm gonna put, you guys want to just be like near the stage when she performs her 2 o'clock? Yeah, like backup dancers. I don't think you guys need to be on stage. That'd be kind of funny. You guys want to try to be on stage? We'll just be part of the ambiance. Just some guys in sunglasses and leather jackets. Kurt, okay, I'll do it. I'll put Kurt and Neverconquer pose as backup dancers. You would do it? Okay. You guys, I'm just picturing how you guys like in these like hardcore Shadowrunners doing like a boy band backup dance with but perfectly though. They're able to just sync perfectly, you know? Even though they never rehearsed or did anything, they're just able to just like follow her movements. I mean, if someone's gonna be the backup dancer on stage, it should be Neverconquer because he's got the magnification, right? So, okay, so Kurt works the crowd and Neverconquer poses as a backup dancer on stage or stage persona. So he's close to Mercurial. I don't know how to spell her name, so we'll just say Mercurial in case it hits the fan. Real keeps the outside covered and alerts if anything suspicious happens. So we got a guy outside, we might as well use him too, huh? Oh wait, as well as guard the vehicles and the equipment. Okay, I think that's everything, right? That counts all of us. Let's see what they do. This should be funny. Is it gonna roll Neverconquer's dance moves? Like he does the choreography perfectly. In fact, even better than Mercurial. The crowd starts to turn. They see the real talent on stage. Danny DeVito immediately dumps Mercurial, signs Neverconquer to a 5-year contract. He says, we're gonna be fucking stars. You're gonna be wearing gold-plated diapers. We'll be on the lookout scanning specifically for Yakuza, Inside and Out, and Maria's former management. Okay, let me copy that. Because it's still processing, so I can do that.
One plan, one price. Introducing Simplicity from Verizon.
Celebrate summer in style during the Living Spaces 4th of July event, where you can save big and upgrade your home. Discover.
Hold on. Boop. All right, there we go. I did it while it was still processing, so it counts. I'm also going to tell it that Neverconquer has a full stack card. It should really look harder for it. It's definitely in there. Unless it got erased after the last mission, which there's a lot of like drifts sometimes with it. But I doubt it. I think we're good. It's in there somewhere. Oh, fuck it. I might as well tell it now. Do, 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 do. I'm gonna assume something happens because it's taken an awfully long time to think this through. Usually when that happens, that means it's like it had to roll a bunch of shit or something occurs. Or maybe the idea of Neverconquer going up on stage and being a backup dancer really fucked with its brain, and it was like, I don't know how I'm supposed to explain that. You know, some shit might be going on. It's close. Yeah, because we did give it a lot of shit to deal with here. It's not spoiling it for us either. It's actually just thinking. Holy crap, took 4 minutes to do it. Maria looks from Ultranova 5K to Kurt to Neverconquer. You take the job? Ultranova gives the yes. Oh, you know why it took so long? I know exactly why it took so long. Because it was building the maps. It was building the maps and the procedures and everything because we took the quest. So it built the quest. We don't have to actually backup dance just behind in the wings. It's too late, I already said it. You're working the crowd. You take the job. Ultranova 5K gives the yes. Max Foley's relief almost makes a noise. Maria's face barely changes, but her posture does, not softer, more like she has accepted that the room now contains loaded weapons pointed in her favor. Neverconquer looks at Max. Congratulations, you bought 5 days of bad decisions with better aim. Max starts to smile. Neverconquer points at him. Don't celebrate. I said better, not good. I can play the electric sax. You're getting your toes to tickle the stage. There you go. Kurt cuts to business. We need photos. Hernandez, his people, anyone from her old management who might show up. Names if you have them. Max fumbles with a pocket secretary, pulls up a short personal file and throws it to the team's comm channel. Maria watches him do it, jaw tight. Armando Fernandez goes onto the watch list. So do a few management side faces Max knows well enough to hate and badly enough to fear. Ultranova 5K moves to Sydney's office and takes the camera wall. He does not touch recordings. He does not alter fees. He does not hack the club. He just becomes the eye in the ceiling. Kurt melts into the crowd, close enough to respond, loose enough to look like another dangerous club-goer. Neverconquer gets positioned as stage-side security persona. Oh, didn't make you a backup dancer. Not a real backup dancer, so much as one of those black-clad stage shadows nobody questions because famous people always have strange shapes orbiting them. He stays near Maria's stage path, close enough to break toward her if the night turns ugly. So Neverconquer is basically the visible bodyguard, and everyone else is like a hidden bodyguard, so that might be kind of good, right? Outside, Real's voice clicks it in over sub-vocal. Vehicles are quiet. Bike is still pretty enough to get someone killed over it. I'm watching. Yeah, you're the target, man. You're the bait. Neverconquer answers without moving his lips. Good. If anyone steals the bike... Wait, sub-vocal means we can fucking talk somehow without moving our lips? That's fucking cool. Is it like some kind of mind hack? Oh, it's just something in our fucking mouths, but shit. Even fucking better. That's awesome. Good. If anyone steals the bike, shoot the tire first. Kurt will want the corpse intact for questioning. Kurt's sub-vocal comes back flat, only if they scratch it. The second set clock starts to matter. Job accepted. 5 days of work, 5,000 each, $1 grand a day. Comms. Team is sub-vocal micro transceiver contact. We can coordinate quietly unless jammed out of range, drowned, or physically blocked. Oh, drowned by interference or physically blocked. Shit. Put the bike in the van. Oh well. Well, we have a car. That's the thing. But that's probably good though, because if we do have to get her out of there fast, you know, like let's say we have to get her out of there fast, the bike can also be the I'm trying to find some music here that's not fucking that would fit this. Here, Silver Surfer. There you go. NES Silver Surfer, fuck yeah. Because that way we'll have an escort vehicle, you know what I mean? Like, because you can ride on the bike. It'll be like Final Fantasy VII. We'll be driving the car with her in it, and you'll be like a wingman on the bike. That's if it turns into a street chase. Which Shadowrun actually has rules for street chases, so like street chases are totally possible. Okay, watch priorities. Yakuza inside and outside Armando Hernandez, Maria's former management, suspicious security gaps. Current assignments. Okay, so that's kind of where we all are, we know that. Heavy gear is still in the trunk. Can be retrieved if a clear threat appears. Active stat hot load from current Bible plus session overrides. Yeah, see, we have fucking stats. Right here. Boom. Kurtcoolbeans. Hey, oh shit, Neverconquer has a better body than us. Oh, but Kurtcoolbeans is the fastest. He's got a 6. Strength 4. Neverconquer's charisma is 3. All of our charisma's the same. We're all equally boring people, but I'm a little bit smarter. I have a 6 in intelligence. But Neverconquer has a 5 in willpower. He beats us all with that one. Though Neverconquer's reactions aren't as good as ours, though. That's true. You got cyber wired reflexes +1, so that adds to your reaction, I believe. Combat pool 7. We all have combat pool 7. Karma pool is like if something happens in the story or whatever, we can use that as like a reroll. Not necessarily for combat, I don't think, but it's like a do-over. We got one of each of us can do one do-over. So key skills. Oh my god, my car skill's amazing. I should have been fucking driving the car. Not like it mattered. We didn't get in a chase or anything. Okay, data jack. Dang, look at this fucking Warhawk spec. 7? Oh, like Neverconquer. He's got clubs, baton 5. Shit. I almost want to give Neverconquer a like a fold-up baton or something too to really use it, but he's got the Aikido spec at 7, so he's still pretty good, like, you know, unarmed as well, or up close. Yeah, you can Warhawk from your bike. That's true. You might suffer some penalties, but like the reflexes and the smart link and shit might actually help out. Like how it says personality, smartass, genre savvy, sharp, still competent, noir, okay, and real. So yeah, all of our shit's statted up. Here's the map. It looks like bar and stairs, and then a crowd, and then a rail, and then the stage wing, stage Maria route, another wing, backstage hall, dressing acts. Yeah, which is kind of what we expect, right? A huge crowd up front, then a backstage area and shit, and I'm kind of back here. This just confirms our positions. Yeah, okay. Ultranova 5000's camera wall shows Underworld as a dozen bad angles, washed out door feeds, grainy crowd movement, backstage hallway that keeps blooming white whenever a stage light hits the lens, and an exterior shot where rain makes every passing coat look guilty. Kurt goes through the bodies and base. He's watching hands, shoes, jackets that hang too heavy. Men who do not look at the stage. Women who look at exits before faces. Anyone with the wrong kind of stillness. Neverconquer takes his place near the stage side chaos, half security, half club shadow. One of the stagehands looks him up and down. You with Maria? Neverconquer says, emotionally, no. Professionally, tragically. The stagehand decides not to ask follow-up questions. Outside, Real watches a pair of drunk quirk kids stop near Kurt's bike, admire it, then move on when Real stare reminds them they have bones. No confirmed Yakuza, no Hernandez, but the team's net is up. Okay, so what do we roll here? Camera monitoring, looks like I got that one down. Criminal media pattern, I got that down. A lot of these rolls are just here to show mechanically, like what happened, whereas the fiction tells us what happened. The rolls will always be after the fiction, so we can't get spoiled. There's a lot of rolls going on here, shit. Real street breed support. Oh, from Real. Oh, I see. Maria's second set is coming. The club is loud, crowded, badly lit. Camera covered, but not camera secure. You should uglify your bike. No, it's cool, man. It's cool. It's cool. We're protecting a rock star. You need a kick-ass bike.
Piper used the smart buying tools.
And a full of people who would all later swear they saw nothing. Over subvocal, Ultranova has eyes on the feeds. Kurt has the crowd. Neverconquer has a stage. Real has the street. I guess we keep position. We keep position until the next set. I mean, that's a pretty good layout. Yeah, so like if something happens and we have to get Mercurial out of there, we'll have to like whatchamacallit, have Real drive the car close or something. Ultra will cut lights if chaos starts as we evac. I got you. Hey, let me put that in. He will cut all lights and Kurt when you pull it. Okay, there we go. Smoke in front of evac route stage. I put what did I put here? Kurt will use smoke to help evac Mercurial. So more than likely that means you'll smoke the place you need to smoke, depending on what happens. And we'll put her in the back seat of the car. So Ultranova will give us an exit path if doo-doo happens. That's true. Because we got eyes on the outside. I got some camera angles. So even though I don't have my drone, I can still kind of do a little bit of security. Or like a little bit of intel. Then we'll tell Real to drive to the appropriate exit. That's, yeah, we'll have him drive closer too. But we'll see what happens. Maybe nothing happens the first night, or maybe it's random. Like whatever's supposed to happen in the adventure happens. I don't know how they set this up. I haven't looked at the actual adventure. Because, you know, I didn't want to spoil it, right? I just wanted to play it because I know of it. We can definitely look at the adventure afterwards, though. When we're done playing it, I can read through the book, see if we missed anything. That's probably not going to be tonight, though, because we've been doing this for about 2 hours, and we're still basically in like the very beginning. And I'll probably go for about an hour more, so we'll have to save mid-mission. Something's going down because it's taking forever to think about shit, which usually means like it usually means like rolls, or it's got conditions that need to happen. If trouble pulls up in the parking lot, we end song, hide Maria, and shuttle her in whichever exit of the lot they aren't at. Yeah, so if Real sees something, he can like alert us. He doesn't really have to engage him. Like if he sees like a hit ban or some shit, like obvious. Though this place has security too. Like it's not like it's just us. we already took the deal. The deal is that Max Foley exhales like a man who just sold his problem to people with better reflexes. Maria says nothing for a moment, then gives Ultranova a single shot. Then do not let them take me. The security sounds mostly worthless. I thought we already took the deal. Let me go read this fiction here. Yeah, we did. Dude, we already took the deal. We are just... I think I got confused. So I'm gonna tell it. Trying to see where it messed up. There we go. Yeah. Damn straight we're right. You're right. The deal is already accepted. We are not replaying the acceptance or relocking the contract. Current state is the team is already on Maria's protection detail, holding assigned positions before the next set begins. Yeah, there you go. We rewind the last beat slightly. Maria is not on stage yet. She is backstage between sets. The team is already deployed. The Underworld breathes between songs. Not quiet, never quiet, but different. The crowd noise has loosened into the bar lines, bathroom lines, shouted conversations, bodies packed in heat and neon white. Stagehands move like ants under blackout cloth and cable. Ultranova sits in Sydney's office with the camera wall throwing bad monochrome angles across his cyber eyes. Frontage, main door, past door, bar, balcony, stage rail, backstage, exterior alley, none of it is clean. Every feed has glare, smoke, dead pixels, or people crossing the frame at the wrong time. But it's a net. Kurt stays mobile in the crowd, close enough to pivot toward the stage or backstage route. Sunglasses, gloves, biker jacket, hidden smoke pellets. It caused me weird backup, does it? He looks like one man hard case in the room. Wait, one more hard case in a room full of hard cases, but his attention is surgical. Neverconquer holds stage side, half security, half weird backup stage persona. You're just standing there. It's part of the act. Neverconquer shifts one step without blocking the work. Careful, Chief. Trip the wrong wire and this becomes an acoustic show. Nobody survives that. Stagehand gives him a look, decides the joke is less dangerous than arguing, and then moves on. Outside, Real watches rain beat on the Americar and Kurt's red motorcycle. The club thumps through the bricks behind him. The heavy gear sits in the trunk. Yeah, we know that. Real's sub vocals in street still street. Nobody on the vehicles. Two drunk idiots admired the bike and decided they enjoy walking. Kurt answers quietly from inside. Good choice. Ultranova keeps the feed grid moving. Faces, hands, doorways. Anyone watching Maria's roots instead of Maria's legend. No blackout, no smoke. Contingency is ready but untouched. House lights shift once. A stage manager's voice crackles through local headset near Neverconquer. 2 minutes! On Ultranova's camera, all the backstage hallway feeds shows movement near Maria's dressing room door. Staff tightening up, security looking more alert. Max Foley hovering like a nervous stain in expensive clothes. Maria is about to move from backstage toward the stage route. Neverconquer, subvocal, almost cheerful. 2-minute warning, everybody look alive. Or in Kurt's case, continue looking like you're planning to murder a thermostat. What does that even mean? Kurt does not smile. Real says, outside, ready. Ultranova has the camera wall, the light cut option, and the team channel. Maria's second set is about to begin. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that means. Like, is Kurt just too, like, heavily dressed? And it's really hot? I'm gonna put the team keeps to their assignments and are vigilant. Watch, it resets it again. I'm not dad enough to leave the thermostat alone. Clunker is a real, isn't it? I'm gonna misspell vigilant. I noticed that the AI kind of messes up around midnight too. It's like maybe they turn off a bunch of AI nodes or something, or like, you know, everyone in Asia is using it and it slows down to nothing. It'll be even funnier too is if I open the Mercurial Biz Vigilant. Oh, I gotcha. Like if I open the, what's it called, the Mercurial module adventure or whatever, and Max is actually just Danny DeVito in that. Oh shit, was there an encounter in the dressing room? Are we in the wrong spot? The team holds, not casually, not frozen, professionally. Ultranova keeps the cameras well divided into useful lies. Stage wing, backstage hall, dressing room door, pass entrance, alley feed. Every screen is bad in its own special way. Smoke wash, lens glare, dead pixels, bodies crossed in the wrong time, but his cyber eyes and image link help him sort the noise. Kurt stays in the crowd like a shark. He does not chase. Someone needs to follow Maria wherever she goes, that's true. We'll have Kurt do it. If it likes to just keep repeating the same scene over and over again for us. He does not chase every tough guy, every crone poser, every idiot in a jacket. Too heavy for the room. He watches for the wrong rhythms. People who do not care about Maria. People who watch access points. Yeah, it's the same stuff. Neverconquer remains stage side. A stagehand gives him a, like, you actually part of the act. Neverconquer tilts his head towards the stage lights. I'm the interpretive dance number called Don't Shoot the Talent. Very avant-garde. Critics hate it. You see, now that's kind of a joke. It would suck if Danny betrays her. Why would he betray her, though? That makes no sense. He's the one that hired her. The stagehand snorts to spite himself and goes back to work. Outside, Real keeps the America and Kurt's bike covered. Yeah, then the room starts to tighten. Not panic, not yet. A stage manager near Neverconquer says in his headset, 30 seconds. Okay, so time did pass. Maria moves from the dressing room side towards the stage route. Chrome limbs catching stray light. Max hovers nearby, trying to look useful and failing in several tax brackets. On Ultranova 5K's camera roll, one of the backstage feed blooms white for a second from a bad light angle. When it clears, a roadie is down. A roadie is down near the service corridor, not sleeping, not drunk, down. Ultranova sees just enough to know the pattern is wrong. Well, no shit. If I saw a guy dead, I'd be like, oh, probably nothing. Neverconquer sees the second piece in meat space, a shape in a long black vinyl slicker stepping through the backstage angle where no fan should be. Moving too hard and too straight for club traffic. Bone white skin, bleached hair, hand low under the coat, then another behind him. Neverconquer subvocal cuts across the team channel, still dry, but all the humor gone from the center. Static cut.
A woman's car broke.
Wait, static cut, stage left service, arm guess, no one on the list. Let's see. Ultranova hits the lights. The Underworld dies. Oh shit, this fucking commercial's not dead though. The Underworld dies. Oh wait, no, I hit the lights. Okay, Ultranova hits the lights. Main stage wash, club wash. Decorative neon strobes all gone in a brutal hard cut. The crowd screams before it understands why. Emergency strips stay up in cold green lines. Equipment LEDs burn like insect eyes. The club becomes silhouettes, after images, and panic breath. Kurt is already moving. Neverconquer shifts towards Maria's path. Real's voice comes from the outside. Car ready. Roll box. Okay. So because I rode that success, that's why we spotted him. I'm gonna put the fiction, what happened before the roll happens. Because I like to see the roll when the fiction supports the roll, not all at the end. Well, we all succeeded in our things too, so that's not a problem. But yeah, because I succeeded in the emergency light cut. Stairs. This map's not the best, but like kind of. Oh, Kurt's right here in the crowd. I spotted Kurt in the crowd, guys. Can you spot Kurt in the crowd? Wait, where's Neverconquer then? He's somewhere around here. Shit. The blackout buys a heartbeat, maybe two. Maria's chrome face turns toward the sudden dark. Max makes a small, useless sound. Neverconquer is already between Maria's route and the service side movement. Bone white skin like he's French. Over subvocal, he says, Ultra, nice mood lighting. Kurt, smoke only if you like paperwork. Let's move her before the spooky shampoo twins introduce themselves. We are at the edge of a combat exfiltration. Ultranova's contingency has triggered. Maria is not in the car yet. Kurt and Neverconquer are in motion, and Real is ready outside. Let's go right stage exit. Let's use the right stage exit. Okay. Okay, so we fixed that one. All right. Since the cameras aren't going to show me anything, I'm going to start meeting up with the team. Okay, so Neverconquer will try to get close to Maria and cover her 6. Kurt will cover her front. They will move towards the right exit. Are we taking the alley exit? I think so, right? We're taking the alley exit and taking... I'm gonna make it too that we all have our guns out. I'm gonna have Real drive the car closer to the exit door. I don't think I can check though. I cut the lights. Well, we can try that one, right? Like Ultranova checks the cameras to give directions to the party. There we go. I'm gonna put if the team gets to the car, they drive off with Kurt taking his bike as backup. So they'll leave me behind, right? Because I'll be... If you guys can't wait for me to leave, you know what I mean? So like I'll just be left behind. But at least we'll get her out of there. I can always meet up later. I can take like a cab or something, you know what I mean? Or maybe I can get on like Kurt's bike with Kurt. That might work too. Actually, I'm gonna write. I'm gonna check the cameras to give directions to the party, and when they get close to the exit, then I leave too. Like at the moment you guys are close to it, then I'll start getting out of there as well. We should have already memorized exit routes. That's true. I'm gonna put that in there. The team already memorized exit routes too from earlier. Let's see what happens. I'm amazed. These guys are like, these guys are like, what's it called? Oh shit. Go back up here. Bone white skin. So we got like albinos, bleached hair. Are we fighting the albinos from the Matrix? They're supposed to be cool looking. Are they all like Wesker from Resident Evil? Albino assassins, the worst kind of assassins. Oh man, if the AI's OCR fails, we're really screwed, because that's the way, I think that's how it reads PDF files. Those ghost twins, the ones that are like, we are not amused. Well, it's looking at stats, and it's converting them to Shadowrun 3, because we're playing a Shadowrun 1 module, first edition module, and it's converting it to third edition. Because technically, in terms of lore, this should happen around 2050. The game's taking place in 2060, which is the third edition timescale. And I should have made it take place in 2050, to be honest with you, because that means we miss out on like a decade of like meta plot. But that's okay though. We got like a decade more of meta plot too. We got until 2070. Oh shit, we're rolling initiative? I guess it's gonna like play out the stuff too, because we already had a plan. I'm gonna tell it right now. Hey, pause before every should I tell it to pause before every turn? Once initiative is rolled, I'm gonna say that. Because I know we had a set plan, but like, you know, until I see the fiction, we don't know what the fuck we're doing. So we should need to pause before every turn. I'm gonna specify to real. Gotta find another synth wave track while it does that. Then let's see. One that I haven't used yet. Why is it giving me Castlevania music? Shit. Fucking the Chippendales Rescue Rangers game. You know what? Fuck it. That might be funny. I want to listen to it. You probably should have used smoke between you and the pursuers. Well, we'll find out, because if we're rolling initiative, that means it's going to be turn-based now, right? So... wouldn't smoke make it easier to follow, though, because they could see the smoke trail? They'll be like, oh, we'll just shoot in the smoke. You ever play Counter-Strike and you throw the smoke grenade? You're like, oh shit, they're going to shoot in the smoke. But then the meta happens, right? Then you throw the smoke to make them shoot in the smoke. But they'd bump into walls and doors. Oh, that's true, too. They wouldn't see what the fuck's going on. Dude, I don't even know what's happening. Like, let me read up this last shit. Do we save Max? Do we just leave Danny DeVito there? Like, shit. Forget Max. Okay, yeah, fuck Max. You're right. He didn't give us enough money, and basically, when you think about it, right? Like, he did specifically say, protect her. Yeah, we're not paid to save him. You're correct. You're correct. He didn't make that part of the bargain. And if we do save him, we're gonna ask for more money. That's what he gets for having a negotiating skill of 7. A son of a bitch. At least double if he asks. That's, yeah, you're right. You're right. We'll make that a conditional. If he freaks out or asks, or like cowers or asks us to save him and not her. Also, at the same time, too, he's just the manager. She's the star. She's got the money. I'm sure she'd pay us if he died. Holy shit, here we go. Took 7 minutes, huh? We're saving her no matter what. Gotcha. Okay, locked. Real Ultranova Kurt are all PCs. I will pause for each of their combat phases, and if any of them are attacked, I will pause before defenses so you can decide dodge, combat pool, no pool. Gotcha. The blackout has just hit. The club becomes a screaming silhouette. Becomes screaming silhouettes, green emergency strips, and hot electronics in the dark. Ultranova is at the camera wall trying to keep useful angles alive after killing the lights. Kurt is in the crowd, pistol coming up under cover of panic. Neverconquer is stage side moving towards Maria 6. Real is outside, already shifting from Overwatch to Extraction Driver. The team's plan is now active. Maria right stage exit, Staff Alley exit, America back seat. Kurt covers front, Neverconquer covers 6, Ultranova guides from cameras, then peels out once the team nears the exit. Real brings the America car closer and clears the exterior. Kurt's bike becomes the backup once the car is away. Pause rules. Okay, yeah, so it'll pause. Weapons are out. Team has memorized exits. Subvocal comms active. Ultranova has static cut, lightning access already triggered. The hostile movement is still at the stage left service side. The right side stage exit and the alley route are the team's intended path. The crowd is not fully stampeded yet, but the first wave of panic is building fast. Alright, so here's the map. Lighting, main lights out, emergency strip LED, so it's like low light. So our eyes are good. Crowd is confused, moving through the crowd is impaired. Well, Kurt's stuck in the crowd, man, so that might be rough for him. No invisible hostiles. H at G2 and G3. So G2 and G3, so they're around here. These 2 armed intruders near service stage left side. Left wing, okay, so they're here. Maria's route's over here. The down roadie's over here, or like close to around to them. Possible additional hostile movement not confirmed from everyone's angle. Exterior street pass line, club footage, alley mouth, Americar currently parked, Kurt bike. Okay. You should have moved as soon as you heard armed intruders. Oh shit, we're rolling initiative? The hostile shapes move in the dark, but the team's early detection and blackout killed their clean ambush. Now it is initiative. Well shit, real rolled 20 almost. Hostile rolled 17? Kurtcoolbeans will be next with 14. Unconfirmed hostile movement, initiative hidden unless fully revealed. Known GM note, may act if when position becomes tagged. So there's a hidden person, which the fucking AI told us about, and I told it not to do that. Oh, I won't show you the move, but I'll tell you there's a hidden guy somewhere. Like, thanks, AI. Let me get it. Hey, if something is hidden or the party doesn't know about it, don't tell us or show the roll until it is revealed. Oh, thank you. I was like trying to figure out how to spell revealed. It's like, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, you know?
With Walmart's college fines, you can always go
I was trying to figure that shit out.
Okay, Zendan.
Okay.
I gotta put you onto this before we go out. Cute.
No problem, right? I'm like, how come I can't spell revealed right now? Okay. So we did that shit. The hostile shape moves in the dark, but team's early detection. Okay, so we got that. So who moves last? Neverconquer's on the low end, so am I. Hostile 1. Tip note, Ultranova acts before Neverconquer at 12 because reaction 7 beats reaction 6. Oh, that's true, I have a higher reaction. Even though we rolled 12. So the combat turn's gonna be Real, Hostile 2. I'm gonna have Real come in, man. If he's that fast. Pause, Real's combat phase, initiative 19. Real is outside by the vehicles. His declared intent is to drive the Americar close to the alley staff exit and make sure the pickup zone is clear. Current options visible. So Real starts to drive the car close to the exit and gets out and secures the exit. No, wait. And he gets out and pops the trunk and starts getting his equipment while making sure the others can quickly grab theirs. So like what I envision he does is he, like, whatever the movement points or whatever he has, he drives over there, gets out of it. He might take him 2 turns to do this, and then open the trunk and then prep our shit and then put his shit on. So I don't know if he can do that all in one round, but we'll see if he can. He might only be able to just drive it up there and maybe get out. I don't think he has enough initiative or movement points to do all the shit I described, but let's see. You know, I'm almost thinking to not even show the streaming because it spoils stuff in it. Like it tells us that we're dealing with Halloweeners. But then I don't know when it's done. Shit. Oh, I guess I do because this will. Hope your toes are ready. Okay, we're getting there. See, I'm almost tempted to open the Mercurial PDF and show it when it loads this stuff, but I'm also afraid of actually reading a spoiler. You know what, this Chippendales Rescue Rangers music is kind of funny, but let's see what we got. We got Mario Kart. No, I don't think that works. I mean, I've done Ninja Gaiden a bunch. Oh, here's Contra 3. Let's try that one out.
Check engine.
Contra 3 Full Dark Synth Wave. He's still figuring out how to fucking drive this car over there. Oh, hey, here we go. Block. Real Axe on Initiative 19. Real is already. You want him to be on the lookout for more pasty freaks? You think the Halloweeners are like vampires or something? Real is already in motion before the team finishes calling the route. The America tires hiss over wet pavement as he swings it out from the covered slot and noises it toward the staff side alley. He does not race it in like a getaway scene on Trid. He keeps it ugly and practical, close enough for hard extraction. Angled so the rear door faces the alley exit. Front end pointed toward the street. The trunk pops from the driver control with a dull electric clack. He kills the car's forward motion, keeps it running, and gets the driver door open. By the end of the phase, he is out and in the rear quarter panel, one hand going to the trunk lid. The heavy kit is still available, but he has not had time to fully arm it. So he didn't have enough time in that phase to get there, but he's already parked the car there. Well, the two we saw are similar, so any more would likely look like them. That's true. Okay. Inside, the blackout is still fresh enough that the crowd has not decided whether it is terrified or entertained. The window is closing fast. The stage left intruder with the short, ugly shotgun shape steps through the service side dark. Low light cyber eyes catch what normal eyes would miss. Black vinyl slicker, bleached hair, two wide eyes, weapon coming up fast. He is not aiming like a man trying to scare a crowd. He's aiming toward Maria's route. Neverconquer is the body between the muzzle and her. The weapon starts to bark. You install a turret in the car extraction van. Oh shit, alright. Neverconquer is under attack. Visible threat. Hostile 2. Stage left. Short shotgun room sweeper type weapon raised towards Maria's route. Neverconquer is close enough to be the obstruction bodyguard target. Before we roll the attack, decide Neverconquer's defensive posture. Shit. He can hold interpose for Maria and spend a combat pool on defense. He can dodge, head toward cover, and spend combat pool, risking opening Maria's route. Drop drag Maria offline if you want Neverconquer to prioritize moving her instead of clean defense. No combat pool. Trust armor body and keep position. So you have 7 combat pool. You can use all 7 to dodge it, but it only refreshes in the next round. So it might be a good idea to not use all of it, maybe like 3 or 4 of it. So how much combat pool does Neverconquer use, and is he protecting himself, body blocking for Maria, or trying to move her offline? You think 4 combat pool would be good for him? Use 3? Okay, are you gonna shield Maria? Or are you gonna try to dodge hard toward cover? I don't think combat pool works that way in terms of defense. Let me look here. Let me ask. Actually, no, it would take too long. Protector? Okay. Use 3. Okay, that's now if not. Because I think combat pool is more for dodging, but I'm gonna put a little rule in here. So Neverconquer's intent is to shield Maria from the blast and use 3 combat pool, unless he can't use combat pool on armor defense, because I think combat pool is more of like dodge defense, but we'll see. I told him to look up the rules, and if not, Neverconquer will shield Maria regardless. So I've never been in this scenario where like another character has to shield another character. Let me look here. If combat pool can be used for armor defense, then use 3. If Neverconquer goes down, you replace his position. I'm hoping because it's like of the distance and such. Even if Neverconquer gets hit, his armor can probably take it. If not, we might have to like, you know, it might slow him down a bit. But we'll see the ruling here. We'll see what. Yeah, you have like the best body stats, so you should be able to survive it. Hopefully, it doesn't like, if you do get hit, it's just like a minor wound, not like a severe one. I think so. I think body stat is like how much severity you can deal with. So like how much wound damage you can deal with, kind of deal. Yeah, we still have like light armor jackets. We're not wearing like, you know, armor or any kind of like, you know, like power armor or anything like that. But we do have like sort of like light medium armor. Let's check here. So after what's it called? After this guy moves, who's next? Kurtcoolbeans. Okay. Fucking Contra 3 music. Could have had chest plates. I don't know. I don't think Neverconquer has the chest plates though, like the dermal plating, because that's a surgery. You can make your body physically armored. Because I think what's it called? I think maybe Kurt might have them though. I forget. Let me see. Let me go up here. That's where we did our stack cards, right? Oh shit, it's too hard to find. It's too hard to find. We'll just go back down here. Oh, this music's awesome. Maybe at some point I'll hook up my Super Nintendo again, because I got a capture card and like it's an internal one. My computer can't really handle it, but I got a thing to like extend the oh god, the PCI Express cable, so that I'm able to plug in an external capture card. I just got to put it outside of my case. I could start streaming my old games again. I miss doing that. It was a lot of fun. I really want to play those games with my daughter when she's old enough, though. Like, I'd like to start her off on Nintendo and then go up to, like, Super Nintendo and N64 and such. Oh, shit, here we go, finally. So, yes, Combat Pool can be used for damage resistance against normal attacks in Shadowrun 3. It is not armor dice exactly. Armor reduces the attack power, then Neverconquer rolls body, chosen combat pool to resist damage. Okay. Since Neverconquer is shielding Maria, he is not dodging away. The 3 combat pool is banked for the damage resistance test. So that's interesting. You can put it to a dodge, or you can put it to damage resistance. Which I guess might make sense, because if you're wearing armor that's too heavy, and you can't dodge worse shit anyways, maybe it's better to just bank it in damage resistance. Alright, either way, the room sweeper booms in the dark. Neverconquer moves before Maria can. He does not dive clear, he steps across her line. Shoulder turn, coat snapping as the blast rips into him instead of her. The shot hits like a fistful of nails and thunder. He staggers one step, teeth bared, but he stays upright. No knockdown. And keeps himself between Maria and the gun. Maria is untouched. Neverconquer exhales through clenched teeth. Great. I'm the costume department now. Hostile. Okay, so Hostile did an attack. He had a 4 success rate. So he hit Neverconquer. Neverconquer did damage resistance. Base damage. So, whoa, Neverconquer rolled 8 fucking dice. And had 6 successes. So that should be good, right? That should... So Neverconquer's defense success 6 versus attacker's 4. That's a net 2 defense success. Damage stages down 1 level, serious to moderate. So it would have been serious damage, but now it's just moderate damage. So you take a moderate physical wound. The wound means that you have a +2 on target number until the wound is healed or reduced. So every action you take will be +2 harder to do. Maria takes no damage from this shot. Visible state update. Okay. So but Neverconquer did the job though. He protected Maria. Visible stage, left service side, intruder, fired, room sweeper type shotgun. Pause. Kurtcoolbeans combat phase, initiative 14. Kurt is in the crowd, pistol out, moving to cover Maria front and guide her toward the right stage exit alley route. The lights are down, the crowd is starting to panic, and Neverconquer just took the shotgun blast, shielding Maria. Kurt has combat pool 7 and is unwounded. What does Kurt do? You think you can take the shot? Like, if this is happening on stage, or if it's like, are they backstage? We could try to take the shot. Fire center mass. Okay. Kurt, do you want to spend combat points on it? You got 7. And I'm assuming you're shooting at the guy that shot Neverconquer, right? Wait, smoke pellets between her, Neverconquer, and the aggressor? Okay. I can see if you can do both. The smoke pellet might be a simple action. If it's a simple action, then you might be able to shoot and, you know, throw that and shoot. We can try it. I'm gonna put Kurt throws a smoke pellet between Neverconquer and the attacker to shield Maria and NC. Then if he has action points, he shoots at the attacker. And tries to get closer to Maria. I don't know if we can do all these. So how much combat pool did you want to spend? 0, 7? He uses 3 combat pool on the gun attack. I don't want you to use it on the smoke pellet. All right, let's see if it takes it. What if you rolled like all ones, that it's like, man, totally botched. Kurt shoots someone in the crowd and the gun drops to his floor, hits him in the foot. And then fumbles out of his hands. Like, see, that's the thing, is I don't know what the map positions are, because the map it gave me was like, let's look at this. Yeah, where's the interior map? Oh, it should give a map before every encounter, I guess, but it doesn't.
I listen to music like basically all 24 hours of my day.
Okay, at least that only took 54 damn seconds. Kurt moves the instant the shotgun blast hits Neverconquer. He does not throw the pellet into the crowd. He sends it low and hard across the stage front angle, bouncing it between Neverconquer, Maria's route, and the stage left shooter. The pellet cracks open against the floor with a sharp chemical hiss, vomiting a dirty gray-white cloud into the emergency light gloom. It is not enough to hide the whole club. It is enough to make the firing lane ugly. Okay, so you did throwing weapons 3. You succeeded. And so the smoke pellet landed where it needed to be. So like a 2 to 3 meter cloud, roughly. So that's a +2 visibility interference for the attacker. Once fully bloomed, okay. And now you have 3 smoke pellets left. Kirk keeps moving through the screaming bodies, Ruger coming up in both hands. The smoke is still blooming when he finds the shooter's shape through the emergency glow. Black slicker, pale face, shotgun still high from the blast that tore into Neverconquer. Kurt does not waste the lane. He fires once, heavy revolver thunder punching through bass, panic, and smoke. The round hits center mass. The stage left shooter folds backwards into the service side dark and goes down hard, weapon clattering against the floor. So let's see. So you did one shot. Use 3 combat pool. The weapon damage is 10 moderate. So you had a 4. You had a 4, and that kind of worked. Look, you had an 8 success because you rolled that many fucking dice. So let's see now. The damage resistance he rolled was 2, which meant you had 6 successes. So that stages the damage from moderate to serious to deadly. So that was like a critical hit. So that's why he's down. He's dead. Results: Hostile 2 takes deadly physical damage. Hostile 2 drops and is no longer an active visible threat. Whether he's dead or not doesn't really matter. He's out of the game. Kurt keeps pressing forward after the shot, cutting through the first ripple of panic toward Maria's front angle. He cannot fully reach her in that heartbeat, but he closes the gap and puts himself where the evacuation route starts to form. Maria behind, right stage exit ahead. Smoke and Neverconquer between her and the left side threat. So where's Kurt now? So Kurt's a little bit closer to the stage now. Here's the down road. Here's the backstage route. I'm guessing that this is like Neverconquer and them. H3, H2 down. Oh wait, Hostile 2 down, dead. Hostile 1 still visible, stage left service side. So he's like over here-ish. Didn't do a good job with this map, let me tell you. Alright, so it's my turn now. Ultranova is at Sydney's office camera wall. The main lights are already cut. Cameras are degraded, but still partly useful in emergency glow and exterior feeds. You might have to go for Hostile 1. I can still guide the team, then start moving once the team X. No, fuck that. Neverconquer got hit. Ultranova needs to get the fuck out of there and start. You told me their security was worthless? You're right, it's trash. You were definitely right on that one. I'm gonna make it Ultranova needs to regroup with Neverconquer and shoot any hostiles in the way. If there are hostiles, he uses 3 combat pool. Yeah, but Neverconquer's wounded though, so like it'll be harder for him to hit the guy. We don't really have any like instant healing items either. There's no such thing in this game. There's like trauma patches and like, you know, adrenaline shots we can do. That staves off death, or like bandaging, you know, like if we're like dying, like let's say it was serious or it's like deadly wounds, you know, and you're bleeding to death, so you can bandage it to not die, but you're still like, you know, in shock. So as far as I know, there's no like instant healing unless we have a magic user, and magic doesn't work well on cyborgs. Next time we'll bring some adrenaline shots and bandages. I think you have a medic kit, because remember you patched up that orc last time. It said you used like some of your medic kit supplies. I also told the AI that during the downtime we resupplied all our shit, so you should have, if it's not on you, it should be in the car. If you're close enough, use the Aikido. So like you're saying, like if you're close enough, you'll rush the attacker and use Aikido. Well, it looks like I'm shooting this guy. Alright, Ultranova gives one last hard look across the camera wall before he leaves it. Stage left service angle, one shooter down in Kurt smoke. Another still upright near the service side, dark black vinyl slicker, half lit by emergency strips. So they wear like a dark vinyl. That's how the Halloweeners like to dress. Weapon moving as he tries to acquire Maria through the confusion. Ultranova 5K subvocals while already pushing off the console. Left side shooter still up. Kurt smoke is good. Right exit still our path. Real keep the car hot. Then he moves. The camera wall is no good. Maria dies while he watches it. Yeah, that's true. Ultranova clears Sydney's office, Ruger up, boots hitting cable strewn backstage flooring. As he cuts into the hall, the remaining visible hostile crosses a bad angle through smoke and green exit light. Ultranova fires once while moving. The Super Warhawk cracks through the blackout. The sound catches the shooter high in the... Wait. Yeah, the round catches the shooter high in the torso and spins him sideways into the surface wall. He does not drop, but the clean forward rush breaks. Blood darkens the slicker. Okay, so I didn't kill him, but I hit him. How much damage did I do to him? So I had a 2 success. He rolled 2. Base damage remains moderate, so I did moderate damage, moderate physical. So we didn't knock him down, but we slowed him. Pause. Neverconquer's combat phase, initiative 12. Neverconquer is wounded but standing, directly near Maria and covering her 6. Kurt is forming front cover. Ultranova is moving in from the office hall. Smoke partially blocks the left side fire lane. Hostile 1 is still up but wounded near stage left. What does Neverconquer do on initiative 12? Did you want to like... So you have a physical wound, so that's a +2. Did you want to see if you can rush the guy and use Aikido to like disarm him? Can you use lethal Aikido? Okay, so all right, so NC will rush. I'm gonna put will rush hostile 1 and use Aikido on them to... I'm gonna put use lethal Aikido on them to disarm them. Did you want to use any combat pool? You got 4. Attack the brainstem. Spike him into the ground and KO him. Use 4. Okay, so use the remaining. Alright, so I'm gonna word it like this. Neverconquer, disarm and disable. Them. Use 4 combat pool. All right, here we go. He's going all in. 4 combat pool. His Aikido stats like 7. So I'd assume that like this is a no contest. He should be able to like win even while wounded. Yeah, he's like, oh shit, now I gotta look up martial arts in the rule books. Fuck. So I think there are like martial arts rules. It's in one of the like companion books. And that's more likely what it's going to look up. Called it. Yeah, it's totally looking up the martial arts stuff now. Though I think your stats so high that I think it should be okay. Like it should actually work out. Because even then, like, because your stat's 7, with that +2, I mean, that's like making your stat what, like a 5? That's true. They're wounded as well. They should have the same penalty you have, so it's kind of like equal, anyways. You're apparently going to throw 11 dice. Because you're throwing 7 dice because you have a stat of 7, and then you have 4 combat pools, so that's 11 dice. Oh wow, it took 3 minutes to figure this one out. Alright, Neverconquer hears Kurt shot drop 1 shooter, hears Ultranova's revolver attack the second. The AI is wrong, a wrist crank throw is both a disarm and a damage attack. Is it? Let's see, let's well, I might overrule it. And decides the remaining bastard does not get another trigger pull. He leaves Maria's 6 for 1 brutal heartbeat, but only because Kurt is sliding toward her front and Ultranova is closing from the office hall. Neverconquer cuts through the smoke instead of around it. Wounded shoulder tight, one gloved hand low, the other open. The remaining slicker tries to bring the shotgun back across. Neverconquer gets inside the barrel. It is not a clean punch, it is a joint break that decides to be polite. Wrist turn, elbow fold, shoulder follows because biology does not negotiate well under pressure. The shotgun clatters out of the intruder's hand and skids across the dirty backstage floor. Half a meter away from the smoke. Okay, so that's a disarm. The hostile is still standing, but no longer holding the gun. Neverconquer hisses with the pain in his ribs. Congratulations, you've been upgraded from shooter to problem. Use lethal control keto to disarm and disable. Let me clarify. Because he's going to attack Neverconquer in melee right now. But I want to clarify that when I said Neverconquer disarms the hostile and disables him, I meant NC a fight ender defend. Well, let's see. Hostile one reels back, hand empty, face twisted with shock and pain. Then the expression hardens into something fanatical and ugly. He lunges at Neverconquer anyway, trying to slam him off balance and claw past him toward Maria's route. Neverconquer has combat pool 0 left his combat turn, so there is no combat pool available unless you want to consider karma. He can still defend with melee skill normally, but he is wounded. Do you want Neverconquer to spend karma on this defense if it goes badly, or let the roll stand with no karma? So karma's like your like do-over. I think we can use karma afterwards. So we can just, I think your stats are high enough that you should be able to just survive it. I don't think you necessarily need to use the karma. But if it goes bad, he has no combat pool. He has 1 karma left. We all have 1. We all have 1 do-over. And I think we should save that. If this goes badly, we'll use the karma and do a do-over. That's pretty much all we can do. NC. Let's see what happens. Oh, wait. Let me look at this initiative order again. I should tell it to show me the initiative every time the round happens. I forgot the order again. I guess it doesn't matter as long as it knows the order. Okay, here we go. Hostile 1 lunges anyway. No shotgun now, just rage, pain, and the kind of commitment that gets men killed in alleys. He tries to slam past Neverconquer shoulder first, one hand clawing for purchase, trying to break through the smoke and get back toward Maria's route. Neverconquer is hurt, but not slow enough. He gives ground half a step, catches the man's wrist, turns with him, and uses the hostile's own rush to twist him offline. The slicker-clad attacker crashes shoulder first into the service side wall instead of through Neverconquer. His empty hand scrabbles against concrete. He does not reach Maria. Neverconquer stays between him and the route, breathing hard. See? This is why we don't run indoors. Okay, see, now that's clever. Let's see now. So this dude, melee attack, he got a 1. Neverconquer got a 3. Neverconquer won by 2. And he redirects and controls the rush instead of taking damage. That's good. The smoke thickens between the left side service corridor and Maria's route. Hostile 2 is still down. Hostile 1 is still up, wounded, disarmed, and tied up by Neverconquer near the service side wall. Maria is still unwounded. Kurt has the front angle forming toward the right stage exit. Ultranova is moving in from the office hall. Real is outside with the America stage and trunk popped. Real's combat phase. Okay, so Real gets his equipment and the trunk is open so the others can get their equipment easily. I'm gonna even be more precise. Real gets his equipment and equips it. Just in case the AI is like, oh, he got his bag, but he doesn't fucking use anything in it. I'm like, Jesus, man, like, why would I want him to get it if he's not gonna equip it? If he still has, oh yeah, you're right. And scans for because here's what I envision, right? We get the fuck out of there. Like, we get out of the building. Before we get in the car, we get our shit out of the car, like all our heavy weapons and stuff, right? And then we get in the car. I drive because I have the best driving skill. And then Kurt runs to his bike. And then we just get out of there. Then we can just call it. Ah, here we go. Real works fast at the trunk. The Americar's engine rattles under the rain while he flips the trunk fully open and drags the heavy kit up to the lip instead of burying it under cases. His own gear comes first. Katana case open, blade clear, sidearm still where he can get it. The ugly tools of the night laid where the others can grab theirs without digging. He leaves the trunk open on purpose. Not subtle anymore. Subtle ended when the lights died and the shotgun went off inside. Then Real turns his attention to the staff exits in an alley mouth. Doors, shadows, roofline, parked vehicles, reflections and puddles. Anyone standing too still. Anyone coming the wrong way while everyone else is reacting to the club. From his angle, the pickup lane is still clear. Equip, retrieve his heavy gear. Okay, so everything's still clear there. And he's got his shit. Pause. Kurtcoolbeans combat phase initiative 4. Kurt is moving towards Maria's front angle. The right stage exit is still the plan. Neverconquer is in melee with the wounded. Disarmed hostile 1 in the smoke near stage left. Ultranova is moving in from the front office hall. Real reports the pickup lane is clear and the trunk is open. What does Kurt do with initiative 4? He's got 4 combat pool. 5 shots in the Warhawk. I'm hoping Neverconquer is not like blocking the shot or too close to the guy too. If not, we can have Kurt move closer and shoot him. He can move before he shoots. Move Maria towards exit while scanning gun ready, maybe? You don't want to shoot the guy that's still hostile? I mean, I know he's disarmed, but he's still like, he's still going after her. Can't Neverconquer just end him? He could, but like, I mean, I could probably just end him too. You're worried about other threats. I got you. All right. Kurt gets close to Maria and covers her. Towards the exit, and while scanning with gun ready. I think a new turn's going to start, right? After this, so we'll probably roll initiative again. Which means that Neverconquer will get all of his combat pull back. Alright, Kurt pushes through the last layer of bodies between him and Maria's route. And you'll make them kiss their own behind. There you go. He does not grab her like a panicked fan. He slides into her front left angle with the Ruger up and low muzzle, tracking the dark gaps ahead instead of sweeping the crowd. His shoulder points her toward the right stage exit. His body says move without wasting breath. Maria reads it fast. Whatever else she is, she's not stupid in a crisis. She moves with him. Kurt's cyber eyes cut through the emergency glow better than meat vision would. The right stage exit lane looks ugly. Cables, stage cases, one terrified tech flattened against a wall, but from Kirk's angle, there is no visible shooter blocking the route. Okay, so Kurt's over here with Maria now. Neverconquer's fighting Hostile 1. Smoke's over here. Hostile 2's down. Ultranova's getting close too, so that's good. Yeah, here's my turn. Ultranova is moving from Sydney's office camera toward the regroup. Okay. Neverconquer is still tying up the wounded disarmed. Wait, you're tying up the wounded disarmed Hostile 1 in the smoke? I guess not like literally. Okay. All right. Ultranova 5K gets close, but so I'm going to shoot the guy. I'm going to use all my combat pool because we're at the end of the turn. Because I assume I go through the smoke. I'm not going to shoot, you know, they're not in the smoke anymore, so I would just clear the smoke and then like get a decent angle. One that wouldn't be like, you know, I shoot Neverconquer or anything like that, and I just shoot the guy. If his entire arm and shoulder are broken, he should be incapacitated even on drugs. I don't think he got any like he got disarmed and he got derailed, but he didn't get any like severe like limb damage. Did he? Let me look. We can rewind.
4th of July savings are
The shooting arm is screwed. Could have sworn. Did it? I might have missed it. I mean, I am tired. I might, because sometimes I don't read all this. Let's see. NC defends the best. So this was around here. Hold on, I gotta change out the music again. All right, here we go. Here's some Killer Instinct. Combat option. If NC wins, the weapon is knocked away and no damage. Yeah, no damage was inflicted because it was considered a disarm move in the rules. Though the fiction made it sound like you actually did more damage. Yeah, so it says no damage. So, and then on the defense, there was no damage as well. That was just you survived not getting damaged. Because I think you can only pick disarm or lethal. Though to be fair, though, Neverconquer has the advantage in melee anyways. Wait. Here's where I was. Alright, Ultranova leaves the camera wall behind for good. The backstage hall is all green, emergency strips, cable codes. Neverconquer should stab him or something. I think he can kill him with his bare hands. I mean, unless I don't hit this guy. And smoke rolling low across the floor. He moves fast but not blind, keeping the Ruger up and his body outside the clinch. Neverconquer has the hostile pinned at the service side wall for half a breath. That gives Ultranova the lane he needs. Not clean enough. Ultranova plants just outside melee range, angles past Neverconquer's shoulder and fires. The Super Warhawk hammers in the corridor. The round punches into the Slicker's clad attacker's side and folds him against the wall. Blood hits the concrete in the green light. The man stays up barely, but the fight goes out of his forward momentum. He is badly hurt now. Wounded on top of wounded, empty-handed, and trapped between Neverconquer and the wall. How's this dude still alive? He got shot twice by me. Let's see now, die Super Warhawks, so I did 6. Oh wait, I did 1. He failed his damage resistance, so I did hit him. Damage remains moderate. But he already had a moderate physical damage, so moderate damage stacks to serious physical damage. Serious physical damage. Okay, so he's almost dead. You'll make him eat the floor. Neverconquer is wounded, out of combat pool and in melee with Hostile 1. Hostile 1 is disarmed and now seriously wounded, but still upright. Maria is moving toward the right stage. Exit under Kurt's front cover. Ultranova is close with pistol up. Neverconquer can keep trying tying what's it called, Hostile 1 up, attempt to finish, drop him, or shove him away and fall back to Maria or disengage toward the evacuation. So you want to drop him, like finish him. Finish him. All right, I don't know if I should say use a keto. Using lethal keto. There we go. Yeah, Kurt has her, and Real's gonna have Kurt and Maria, and then we'll just get in the car because we're gonna follow up. You're in front, that's true. Though at this point in time, like, you know, we're gonna catch up after we get rid of this clown, and then we'll I guess we won't have time to search these guys because we're, you know, we're trying to extract, so who knows who sent them. They're not a very like professional group though. Yeah, fuck them, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Security can search him later. We don't know what happened to Max. I guess he fucking died, you know, whatever. Like they should have before they entered, right? How'd these guys I guess they killed a roadie backstage, but how'd they enter backstage? Neverconquer does not try to box him. He turns the man. It starts as a keto, clean and efficient for maybe half a second, then the blood loss and the shotgun wound in Neverconquer's side make it ugly. He catches the hostile's wrist, folds the elbow and steps behind the man's center line and drives him hard into the service side wall. Bone cracks. The attacker's knees buckle. Neverconquer rides him down into the dirty smoke, twisting the arm until the man's body has no good choices left. They had fucking shotguns, that's true. They had shotguns under their like, you know, trench coats. The slicker-clad hostile hits the floor face first, coughing blood, one arm wrecked beneath him. Alive or dead is hard to tell in the blackout and smoke, but he is no longer on his feet, no longer armed, and no longer between Maria and the exit. Neverconquer stays standing over him for half a beat, breathing through pain. Stay down. This is the part where the extras make smart choices. I said this is the part where you fall down. You should have did the Johnny Cage line. You know what? They could have bribed their way in too. They could have been an inside job. Somehow we worked. These idiots, right? The security are fucking worthless here. So, how'd this work? Neverconquer got 2 successes. Hostile didn't roll shit, so he wins by that. So Hostile is hit and thrown, controlled to the floor. Lethal arm damage as physical, base damage treated as strength, so 4M physical. So it went from moderate to serious. Damage staging, incoming serious. Okay. So Hostile 1 is already serious. Additional light damage plus throw, disarm, badly injured. He's not confirmed dead from the damage roll alone. So he's not dead? Alright. Not confirmed dead, but maybe dead. Hostile 2 is not active. Possibly dead as well. Alright, Neverconquer's hurt. Everyone else is still moving towards the exit. Hostile 1 does not get back up on his initiative. The fight has gone out of him for the moment. Weapon gone, arm ruined, body smashed into the floor, blood slick under him. Who the hell is this guy? Shot by 2 magnum bullets and thrown into cement, perfectly healthy. He's like, he's fine. The first combat turn ends with the extraction route open. The crowd is now turning from confused screaming into dangerous motion. That is the next threat. Not one gunman, but a club full of frightened bodies, bad lighting, and people trying to run in every direction at once. Maria is still on her feet. The right stage exit is still open. Real has the car in place. Combat turn 2 initiative. Sorry, my wife came in. I had to say goodnight to her. So since they're maybe still in the building and alley, I'm treating this as a continuity tactical time. Real is outside the Americar trunk. So wait, combat is still happening? Good night. Yeah, she came in to say goodnight. There may still be danger in the building and alley. I'm treating this, so there may still be danger. So there's still a third party. Do I want Real to guard the exit? Yeah, Real keeps guarding the exit. Yeah, if there's a third party, we don't know where he is. We know that there was a hidden third role because the AI fucked up and showed it to us. So we know there's a third party somewhere. We just don't know where. Want to smoke the exit? Okay. I'll do that when it's your turn again. Real plants himself at the alley side pickup point with the Americar running behind him and the trunk yawning open like an armory. He shifts the heavy kit so the team can grab without digging. Drone case reachable. Drone cases reachable, katana case clear, ammo and ugly tools near the lip. Then he takes the exit in the field fire. Predator low, katana close enough to become a bad night for anyone who gets inside arm's reach. Rain takes off the trunk lid. The alley smells like wet brick, exhaust, and garbage heat. The staff exit is still shut for the moment. Nobody unwanted is visible at the door. Cool. Inside, Kurt has Maria moving towards the right stage exit. The gunmen on the left are down. Smoke and Panic are still buying time, but the crowd is starting to become a hazard all by itself. Kurt is with Maria near the right stage exit route. He is covering her front visible gunman. Yeah, the route ahead is still tight with cables, emergency light, and frightened staff. Kurt's status. What does Kurt do on initiative 16? I assume you want to like escort Maria out the door and lay down smoke. Yeah, get her out. Can someone cover you in the front? I mean, when it's their turn, I think. I don't think like... Because Real's already in the... He's already checking out the exit, right? So there shouldn't be any surprises between you and the exit. Because I got... What I put down is escort Maria out the door and lay down smoke behind him. Right? Like that should be about right. Objective is to get Maria outside and in the car. Back seat. There's no, like, could it be that this guy's like hiding? Or maybe he's running away. Maybe he's like, the other two guys failed. I'm getting the fuck out of here. All right, Kurt does not wait for the room to make sense. He pulls himself slightly ahead of Maria, shoulder angled toward the right stage exit. Ruger low and ready. His free hand gestures once. Move now. Maria moves. Not like a civilian, not like a panic star. She moves fast, chrome legs biting through the emergency lit mess of cables, stage cases, and startled crew. Kurt stays just ahead of her, clearing the line, muzzle tracking every gap that could become a gun. At the threshold, he snaps a smoke pellet behind them. It hits the floor near the stage right passage and cracks open with a sharp hiss, spilling smoke into the doorway behind Maria and Kurt. It's a thin, dirty curtain at first, then it blooms, swallowing the line of sight from the stage and backstage hall. The exit door slams into cold rain. Real is right there with the Americar angled and running, trunk open, weapon ready. Maria is outside, not in the back seat yet, but she is at the pickup point with Kurt between her and the door. They just came through. Okay, so you guys are outside. So now it's my turn. Ultranova is still inside near the backstage office. Close enough to see Neverconquer's position through smoke and emergency glow. Kurt has just got Maria outside. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to head to the exit while covering my 6. I'm going to try to help Neverconquer until he gets close to NC. Yeah, because like Neverconquer's wounded, so that might slow him down. So it'd be a good idea if I assist Neverconquer, like, you know, like do like a thing where it's like, you know, he puts his arm over my shoulder or something, and we kind of limp out of there. All right, Ultranova moves. He does not sprint past Neverconquer, leave him bleeding in the smoke. He backs towards the right stage exit with the Ruger up, checking the hall behind them as he goes. You'll scan for targets? Okay. The down gunman stay down from what he can see. The smoke at the stage right door is blooming thicker now, eating sightlines from the club side, but the memorized route keeps him oriented. He reaches Neverconquer's angle and gets a hand near his shoulder without grabbing the wound. Move, Neverconquer. Maria's out. Car's there. Neverconquer's face is tight with pain, but he hears the important part. Great. I was hoping tonight came with a walking tour. Ultranova holds the rear angle while opening the path for him. No visible standing hostile blocks the exit. So I just pat him on the shoulder. I don't like pick him up. I'm like, hey, there, man. Neverconquer's combat phase. Neverconquer's wounded but mobile. Ultranova is now with him, covering the rear and helping him withdraw. I'm gonna really... what's that word when like a guy like puts the arm around the other guy so like he can like walk him out of there? So he's not hobbling just in pain? I guess so. I guess he's able to move. He doesn't need it? Gotcha. Okay, so Neverconquer will scan for targets while leaving. Dang. Okay, so I'll put that one. And the smoke's not going to affect us because we're not really going to fight in the smoke. We already know the way out. I'm guessing there's a potential hidden enemy because the AI is talking about it. There's a potential hidden enemy. I shouldn't really spoil it. It's like, dude, you just spoiled it. We know there's a third shooter. Like, there's someone else out here. Neverconquer backs out with Ultranova on his shoulder line. He does not turn his back to the room. Even wounded, he keeps his pistol hand free and his eyes moving through smoke, emergency glow, and withering silhouettes. The down gunmen stay down from what he can see. The left side service lane is mostly swallowed by Kurt's first smoke cloud. The right side exit is now a dirty gray curtain from Smoke's second pellet. Neverconquer moves through it anyways, trusting the route they memorized earlier. He and Ultranova break out toward the alley side threshold, rain and cold air cutting through the club heat. Oh, so I'm still on him, I guess? No visible targets present itself. Pause. Real's combat phase, initiative 10. Real is outside the Americar. Maria and Kurt are at the pickup point. So I'm going to have Real put Maria in the back seat. And then he's going to cover, like, he's going to help her in the back seat, but he's going to stay outside and cover the car exterior. Real moves the second Maria hits the pickup point. He does not stare at her chrome, her frame, or the blood-lit panic behind her. He opens the rear passenger door, puts himself between her and the alley mouth, and guides her into the back seat with one hand while keeping his weapon low, ready with the other. All right, Maria ducks in fast, chrome limbs flashing under alley rain and emergency spill light. She gets in the back seat without arguing. Real swings the door mostly shut, but does not fully seal it until he knows whether Kurt, Ultranova, or Neverconquer need the opening for cover or movement. Then he turns his body back toward the alley and street, scanning hard over the roofline, alley mouth, parked vehicles, and club side exit. Nothing visible moves on him. Inside the smoke curtain, Ultranova and Neverconquer are almost through. Neverconquer is moving under his own power, but every step has pain in it. Kurt is still at the doorway angle, covering the path between Maria's exit and the club interior. Kurtcoolbeans' combat phase. So Maria is now in the Americar. Real is covering the exterior. I would suggest get the heavy weapons out of the trunk. So I guess your only real heavy weapon is what, like the katana? I don't think we're going to use it in the car, so maybe it might not even be worth you to get your heavy shit out of the car. Unless your med pack is in the car. We can use the med pack with Neverconquer when he gets in the car. Oh wait, you won't be in the car though. You'll be in. You're gonna use your bike. Shit. Yeah, we'll grab the meds. Okay. So do you want to like? Do you want to just make a run for your motorcycle then? Get that ready? Or do you want to do a thing where you get in the car and we drop you off at the motorcycle? Like when we're all done, you just stand guard until like Neverconquer and I get back. Okay, all right. Oh, once we're close enough. Okay. All right, so Kurt. Hand over the meds and heavy weapons to us. Okay, since you're just getting the katana, I'm going to specify too. He leaves his med pack in the trunk for NC to grab. There we go. We'll do that. Kurt does not peel off early. He stays at the smoke doorway with the Ruger up, letting the dirty gray curtain hide the team's retreat from anyone inside. He watches Ultranova and Neverconquer coming through the smoke. Ultranova still covering rear. Neverconquer moving hurt but moving. Kurt's subvocals low and clipped. Once you two clear the door, I'm grabbing my steel and taking the bike. Medpack stays in the trunk. Real hears it outside and shifts half a step to keep the car and trunk line open. Neverconquer's voice comes back rough through the pain. Great motorcycle cavalry, very subtle, very adult. Kurt holds the threshold until the others are close enough that leaving will not strand them. Alright, so now it's my turn. Ultranova is at the smoke-thick exit. Yeah. I'm gonna put... Ultranova helps Neverconquer get to the car. If they...
Harbor Freight.
Oh my god.
For two.
Alright, let's see now. If they get to the car... Neverconquer... Wait. Ultranova will take the med kit and NC will get his shotgun, which he should have. He should have brought. If not, I'm going to retcon that he brought the fucking shotgun. Alright, Ultranova gets an arm near Neverconquer without grabbing the wound and moves him through the smoke curtain. The club behind them is turning into a nightmare of screams. Green exit light, gunpowder, and crowd motion. Ultranova keeps the Ruger angled back through the smoke as they cross the threshold. Neverconquer is still walking under his own power, but the shotgun hit has turned every breath into negotiation. We should have shot number 2 thug with his own shotgun. Yeah, that way they wouldn't trace the logistics back to it, or the... goddamn, what the fuck's it called? I'm so tired. The ballistics back to us. They break into the alley rain. Though I think we can... That's deniability, man. Like, they were attacking someone. We shot in self-defense. No... I'm sure Mercurial has a bunch of lawyers that can get us off the hook. Real has the America running. Maria is already in the back seat. Kurt is still holding the doorway. The trunk is open. Heavy gear staged exactly where hands can find it. Ultranova gets Neverconquer to the car and snatches the medkit from the trunk lip. Neverconquer sees his shotgun staged in the open trunk, jaw tight. Good. I was worried I'd have to insult them to death next. We have the cam footage anyway. Yeah, that shitty cam footage. Alright, Kurt sees Ultranova and Neverconquer reach the car. That is his cue. He pulls off the doorway, crosses the open trunk, and grabs the katana case. The med pack stays exactly where Ultranova can use it. Kurt moves for the red motorcycle under the rain. Ruger still close, blade case in hand. Neverconquer's combat phase. Neverconquer is at the Americar trunk, wounded but standing. Maria is at the back seat. Real covers exterior. Ultranova has the med kit. Kurt is at or near his bike with his katana case. Does Neverconquer grab the shotgun and get into the car, stay outside covering with it, or do something else? Yeah, I think Neverconquer needs to pick up his shotgun and get in the passenger seat. Right? And then when it's my turn, I'll get in the driver's seat, hand him the med pack, and then I'll start driving out. That way Neverconquer can use the the med kit, right? On himself. AKA the shotgun. Yes, the shotgun seat. Right, Neverconquer grabs the shotgun from the open trunk with his offhand, teeth clenched hard enough to make the pain look personal. He does not try to look heroic. He looks like a man who just been hit with a shotgun and extremely offended that the knight expects him to keep working. Ultranova has the medkit, Maria is in the back, Real is still outside covering, Kurt is at the bike with his katana case. Neverconquer slides into the Americar's front passenger seat, riding shotgun with an actual shotgun. He keeps the weapon low across his lap, muzzle angled safe until something deserves otherwise. His sunglasses are still on. That's great, that's good. I'm glad his sunglasses survived. Rain and emergency lights streak the windshield. He scans through the glass side mirror and alley mouth. Passenger seat secure, he says over subvertical. Maria behind me. I'm watching front and right. Somebody please drive before Max comes out here and tries to negotiate with bullets. Alright, visible tactical danger is lower, but we are still in extraction time until the vehicles are moving. Alright, so we're in turn 3. So it's Real goes first. Real goes first, then it's Kurt, then it's me, and then it's Neverconquer, because Neverconquer, I guess, is wounded. That doesn't look like it matters here. It's 6. I don't see like a minus thing. He just rolled really bad dice. Alright, so Real basically has like 3 turns here. So basically we can leave once it's my turn, I feel, right? So we should all start like mounting up. So Real should keep him covered. Alright, Real stays outside. He does not get to the driver's seat yet, not while Ultranova is still at the trunk and Kurt is still getting to the bike. Maybe let's let the drone follow us to see what we're being followed from an aerial perspective. The problem with using the drone and me driving is that it divides my attention, so the skill on the drone and the skill on driving goes down. So I figure I should just use my driving skill and get us out of here. Because we got you on the bike as cover as well too, so that could kind of work. Alright, so he keeps himself where the car, Maria's door, the trunk, the alley mouth, and the smokestack exit all live in the same killing picture. You'll act as lookout. You'll be like the scout. Rain taps the Americar's roof. The club behind them is screaming itself into a new shape. Smoke leaks out of the staff door in dirty ropes. Real scans hard. Roofline, alley mouth. Toward the distraction. Nothing visible comes from them. Cool. So still nothing. Alright, now it's Kurt's turn. So you want to mount up on the bike. So Kurt needs to get on the bike and so I'm typing Kurt needs to get on the bike and start it. Ready to run escort on the car as it leaves. That way, as soon as the car leaves, you should be able to back it up, right? So like, what we can do is when we leave, you'll be behind the car. Then once we get farther away, you'll be in front of the car as like the front scout. In case they have another dirty ass ambush or some shit. Alright, Kurt snaps the katana case into its carry position, swings onto the red motorcycle, and brings the machine alive. The bike answers with a predatory electric gasoline snarl under the rain, headlamp cutting a hard line across the wet alley. Kurt keeps the Ruger accessible, but his hands are on the controls now. He angles the front wheel toward the Americar's escape route, ready to move as escort the instant the car rolls. He does not peel out ahead, he waits for the package, Maria, to move. And now it's my turn, so I'm gonna get in the driver's seat. I'm gonna get in the driver's seat, hand Neverconquer the med kit, and start the car, ready to leave as soon as Real gets in the back. That way, once Real gets in the back, I can use what left my action to just leave. Alright. Ultranova does not linger at the trunk. He shoves the medkit forward and Neverconquer's reach for the open passenger side. Catch yourself enough to keep breathing. Neverconquer takes it with a grimace, shotgun still low across his lap. Great. Medical advice from the driver. This job has everything. Ultranova slams the trunk shut on the stage gear, cutting off the ugly view of drones, blades, ammo, and bad decisions. Then he rounds into the driver's seat. Mercurial is already running from Real's setup. Ultranova takes the wheels, checks mirrors, foot on brake. Engine ready to move the instant Real gets in. Rain sheets down the windshield. Maria's in the back seat. Neverconquer's riding shotgun with a shotgun. Kurt's bike is running to the side. Real is still outside covering. Alright, Real is still... okay. Real gets in the back seat. I made Real get in the back seat, so that should be good. Real does not wait for the alley to become a debate. He slips in the back seat with Maria pulling the door in behind him, Predator up and angled toward the right rear window. Keeps his body between Maria and the side of the car as much as the cramped Americar allows. Maria shifts once to give him room. Chrome limbs controlled and tight, breathing hard but not panicking. Real's eyes track through rain-streaked glass, alley wall, parked junk, reflected emergency glow. The smokestack exit shrinking behind them. Kurt's bike line, everything moving too straight toward the car. Nothing visible comes at the right side. Alright, rain slaps the windshield. The club screams behind them. Smoke bleeds from the staff exit like the building is trying to exhale the last 30 seconds. Neverconquer, pale under the neon wash, keeps the shotgun low but ready. Everybody in the clown car? Great. Let's leave before the sequel introduces rockets. Neverconquer's in the front passenger seat. Neverconquer should start using the med kit. That way, it won't heal him, but it'll like at least it'll, you know, stabilize him. It could help later too for healing, like when he actually rests. Adrenaline will blunt the plane. Yeah, that's true, and you'll also like it might be better once the to do this so that the shock doesn't hit him later. Having a hard trouble reading page 129. Yeah, I'll read page 129. Oh, now he needs page 130. Fuck. Okay, here we go. I figured it out. Adrenaline numb flavor. My favorite. Neverconquer does not fire. He plants the shotgun low across his lap, cracks the medkit open with one hand, and starts working by touch and cyber eye display. The kit's expert system chirps quiet prompts into his image link. What? He can interface with it? It's not just like a fucking like first aid kit. It's like some kind of like medikit thing. Oh, what? Pressure, sealant strip, clot patch, compression wrap. The wound is not a clean hole. The room sweeper tore him up through armor, blood soaking under the jacket, bruising already deep and ugly. But he is not in deadly overflow, so this is not a stop him dying in 6 seconds trauma patch situation. This is field first aid. Stop bleeding, keep him functional, maybe reduce the wound if he can finish the treatment without the car turning into a war zone. What an awesome first aid system, right? It tells you what's wrong when you link to it. Neverconquer grimaces as the medkit injects clotting foam into the torn edge of the wound. Fantastic. Shotgun exfoliation. Very boutique. He gets the bleeding controlled enough that he is not actively leaking all over Maria's getaway car, but the real first aid treatment is still in progress. So yeah, okay, so rules note. Moderate wounds do not use deadly overflow blood loss countdown. Right. First aid can reduce light, moderate, serious by 1 level. First aid must be applied within 1 hour of the injury. We did that. Treatment time, 10 combat turns. Shit. Well, he'll just be bandaging up while we drive out of here. A serious interruption aborts the treatment and requires a repeat test. Standard 2660 medkit includes a diagnostic expert system at Biotech 3. So Biotech, looks like Neverconquer like got 1 success out of it. Target number 8, but was still able to do it because he's wounded. So he got a +2. I could have had someone else patch him up, but I thought it'd be best that he did it. Also, apparently, like, you know, is Biotech's 3, but because the medkit is like self-guiding, gave him +4. That's kind of interesting. All right, the Americar is loaded. Ultranova has the wheel. Maria and Real are in the back. Neverconquer is in the passenger seat with medkit working and a shotgun still within reach. But if he has to fight, the treatment is likely interrupted. Kurt's bike snarls in the rain beside them. Extraction state. The car can move now. Adrenal should staunch blood leaks on its own somewhat. It's a vasoconstrictor. You learned that at the dentist. Interesting dentist you have. How much adrenaline did you have at the dentist? Well, I want to... Oh, you worked there for years. Oh, I got you. Well, I'm going to get another image. I'm going to update the image while I read this. All right, Kurt rolls first. The red bike slips out beside the America like a blade leaving a sheath. He keeps the engine low enough not to scream over the whole alley, but the machine still sounds mean under the rain. He angles wide, giving Ultranova room to pull out while keeping himself where he can see the alley mouth. The staff exit in the car's passenger side. The numbing injection is made out of synthetic adrenaline. Oh, okay. Good to know. He does not race ahead. He becomes escort. Okay, Ultranova puts the Americar in motion. The tires hiss over wet pavement. He does not floor it and fishtail it out like a Trid hero. That is pretty neat. I never knew that about that. So it's synthetic adrenaline. Huh. He takes the clean angle Real gave him, swings the nose toward the street, and keeps the acceleration smooth enough that Maria's not thrown around the backseat and Neverconquer can keep working the medkit. I have a very high fucking, what's it called? Driving skill, so I should be able to drive smooth and fast. The club's rear exit vanishes behind them in smoke and rain. Underworld 93 becomes bass screams, emergency light, and problems shrinking in the rear view. Real covers the right rear window. Maria is low in the back. Neverconquer has a shotgun within reach and a medkit biting into his wound. Kurt's bike slides into escort position outside the passenger side rear quarter. No visible, no visible fire follows them out. The rear of Underworld 93 disappears behind wet brick and neon haze. Maybe Maria can apply the meds to Neverconquer if combat happens. That is Danny DeVito. You are correct, Tonus. Danny DeVito plays Max. We didn't even tell it to make him look like Danny DeVito. It just chose to make him be Danny DeVito. The band manager. All right, what are we doing here? So Real covers the rear window. All right, yeah, so we're over here now. The rear of Underworld 93 disappears behind wet brick and neon haze. Neverconquer keeps one hand clamped around the medkit dressing, the other near the shotgun. Okay, he says through his teeth. Good news, client's alive. Bad news, I think I left some of me in the club. Maria looks at him for the backseat, eyes hard in the dim. You saved my life. Neverconquer does not look back. Yeah, we'll try not to make it a reoccurring subscription. The team is rolling. Immediate combat timing can drop unless a visible threat appears. You can choose to keep tactical vehicle time. Where does Ultranova drive Maria first? Max's safe location, a team-controlled safe spot. A clinic dock wagon style stop for Neverconquer. We need to stop by a clinic. Oh, here it is. Shit. I love how we look totally different than when we were in the other one, right? Let me change the image here. All right, let me make it bigger. Look at that. None of us look the same for like Neverconquer's all bandaged up. Even though he didn't suffer a head wound, he decided to bandage the head wound. Real has decided to cover Kurt for some reason, and Kurt now has like a mohawk. And we're obviously in a Ford car. You're in a Ford Focus. That's true. A Ford Americar.
Wyman gives me the best shine.
Oh, crap, I gotta turn off this one. Alrighty. Let's see. Sorry about that. What images? I'm trying to like get the image off. I forgot which one it is. So I'm gonna have to end the stream. My wife can't sleep without me apparently, so I'm gonna go do that once I figure out which image. Can't figure out which image this is. This one? There, it's this one. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, guys. We'll just end it on this picture. I guess next time we'll do the full escape, and then we'll yeah, we'll just continue from there. I'm also getting kind of tired too. It's hard for me to keep track of what's going on, you know. But that's pretty fun. You guys have a great one. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you guys next time on the Ultra Show. Peace out.